followed up. Good evening. So, welcome to San Mateo City Council meeting of February 19. I think we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight the Pledge of Allegiance is going to be led by the NAACP President, Reverend Lori Owens. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, Reverend Owens.
Good evening.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for having us. To everyone, again, my name is Reverend Lori Owens, and I'm the president of the San Mateo branch of the NAACP. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, or NAACP, or NAACP as we're commonly referred to, was founded 110 years ago on February 12, 1909 in New York City. It was founded by a biracial coalition of concerned citizens in response to the physical violence and violation of civil rights routinely committed against African Americans at that time. The NAACP has fought over the years to protect the rights of African Americans and people of color. In the 1950s, the NAACP fought vigorously against the doctrine of separate but equal that was routinely practiced in many segments of American society, but especially in the South. The historic Brown versus Board of Education decision was a landmark victory in that fight, ending legalized segregation in public schools in our nation. I stand before you tonight as living proof that conditions have indeed improved for many African Americans in the past century. I wish I could say that the NAACP's goals have been completely realized. However, although there have been many improvements in leveling the playing field for all Americans, the field is still not as level as we need it to be. The one thing I love about the San Mateo branch of the NAACP is that we are a true reflection of that founding group in New York City over a century ago. We are a multiracial coalition of people committed to carrying out the official mission of the NAACP, which is to secure the political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights in order to eliminate race-based discrimination and ensure the health and well-being of all persons. A denial of rights against any one of us is a denial of rights against all of us. We're not just a black organization. We are an association of people committed to ensuring every American has fair and equal opportunity in realizing the American dream. We are a volunteer organization. Each of us that you see here tonight takes the time to do this work in addition to our regular jobs, caring for our families, working in our churches, synagogues, mosques, and performing all of the other activities in this activity that we call life. And working together, we find that we have much more in common than we have dividing us. We find that the America that we are all citizens of is big enough, great enough, visionary enough, prosperous enough, compassionate enough that all of us can pursue the life, liberty, and happiness that Thomas Jefferson wrote about in the Declaration of Independence so long ago. Our ancestors came here at different times and in different ways. Some came voluntarily, many did not. Some were already here, but we're all here now. Thus, we must work together to help our great nation stay true to the promise of ensuring that we all have the same opportunities, regardless of race, creed, ethnicity, background, gender, sexual orientation, or any other category devised to divide us. We invite anyone who shares these values to join us in our work. Our next meeting will be on Wednesday, February 27th at 6:30 at the San Mateo Adult School. We also will be holding our annual fundraising banquet on Sunday, March 31st at 3 p.m. at the Crown Plaza in Foster City. You can contact us at communications@naacpsanmateo.org. I'll repeat that, communications at naacpsanmateo.org for more information. We would like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the honor of opening this meeting tonight in honor of Black History Month by allowing us to lead tonight's gathering in the Pledge of Allegiance. May God bless each one of you. May God bless the city of San Mateo. May God bless San Mateo County. And may God bless America. Thank you.
Oh, that'll be a tough act to follow for the remainder of the meeting, but we'll make do. Madam Clerk, can we take the roll?
With pleasure, Mayor. Councilmember Bonilla.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Goethals.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Fresquet.
Here.
Mayor Pappen.
Here. Okay. Up first is a ceremonial item that I couldn't be more delighted about. I'm trying to be humble and accept the fruits of this bet with all humility, but I don't know, it's just difficult. I'm trying, Mayor Luken, I really am. So why don't you come on forward? We have the Mayor of Novato who's with us here tonight, just by way of a background. This is Mayor Eric Luken. We'll give you a round of applause. So, about a month ago, Mayor Luken reached out to me and said, it's very interesting that both quarterbacks in the Super Bowl are from Northern California, only about 38 miles, 40 miles apart. The infamous Tom Brady is from the city of San Mateo, and Jared Goff for the Rams is from the city of Novato. What say we make a wager on the Super Bowl? And I thought, how easy could this be? I said, when we win, I look forward to all the things that you'll bring to the city of San Mateo. And there was a lot of discourse back and forth, up to and including the day of the Super Bowl. Mayor Luken reached out to me just prior to game time, asked me over a text, was I getting nervous? Said I was cool as a cucumber, and on came victory. So the bet was that each of us would have to come to the other city council meeting and present some goodies from our respective cities and make a donation to a local charity. And Mayor Luken, as we know, wasn't successful on the bet, so he's with us here tonight to talk about what he's brought and the charitable contribution that he's going to make to our Police Activities League. And we'll tell you a little bit about what they do after you talk about your goodies. So bring it on, Mayor Luken.
Mayor Pappen, City Council members, it's a pleasure to be here. I wish it was under different circumstances, but I am here to officially concede defeat in the Super Bowl 53 wager between the city of San Mateo, Tom Brady's hometown, and the city of Novato, Jared Goff's hometown, and to own up to the bet that we entered into. It was kind of a slow game to begin, but in the end, yes, Tom Brady, the Patriots, city of San Mateo was victorious. I have asked our city attorney to look into whether or not the city of San Mateo may have colluded with the city of Redwood City, home of Julian Edelman, the Super Bowl MVP. So, and when I asked the city attorney to look into it, he frankly said he had more important things to do, and I was on my own. But no, we did lose the wager, but it was certainly a lot of fun, and it's for a good cause too, for our charities. So I do have a contribution here for the San Mateo Police Activities League. I also have several goodies here from many different businesses in Novato. We've got some wine from Trek Wine, Mantra Wines, and Pacheco Ranch Winery. I've got some craft beer here from Indian Valley Brewing that is still cold, but you have to wait till your meeting ends on these. Let's see. I've got some superfoods from Navitas Organics, also based in Novato, some other goodies from Rustic Bakery, and on top of that, let's see. I've got some video games, maybe that can be used as some auction items at the Police Activities League. These are made by Toys for Bob, which is a prominent video game company in Novato, as well as 2K Sports loaded me up with a backpack full of swag and all sorts of other goodies, so you guys can figure out how you want to distribute these. And then finally, I've got some premium teas from Republic of Tea, which is also based in Novato.
For all those teetotalers.
A children's bike from Public Bikes and Mike's Bikes, also in Novato. So all
Excellent.
for you to use however you find.
Well done, man. Stay there. So stay there, and we're going to come and do a little photo op with our Police Activities League, who is going to graciously accept your wonderful donation. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to call on our Deputy Mayor Fresket, who's on their board, to tell us a little bit about what the Police Activities League does here in San Mateo. Take it away.
Well, I want to thank Mayor Lucan for being here tonight and being such a good sport. And I really want to thank our Mayor Pappen for naming the San Mateo Police Activities League as the nonprofit of choice for this wager. So PAL is an amazing organization that serves well over 1,000 of our youth in San Mateo. And so this donation is really going to go towards helping us keep our kids in school safe. It helps build bonds with our police department, our police officers, and our real goal is just to keep kids on track and out of jail, and we've been quite successful in doing that over the years. So thank you for helping us to help our kids, to keep them on track and safe, as well as our communities. And I forgot to add that as a PAL board member, I am also representing the board and thanking you also for this donation and for your support. Bobby.
Mayor Lucan, did you want to take this with you? Or? You're good? Thank you for being here. Thanks for all the treats. Okay. Give it up for Mayor. So next up on ceremonial items, we have Cheryl Fama, the CEO of the Peninsula Healthcare District. Come on down.
Talk about difficult acts to follow, but thank you for the fun. Thank you so much for inviting me and allowing me to come and just say a few words about the district. We've been around a long time, but people still seem to think we're the best kept secret in town. So I've asked for a little bit of time on your agenda, and I will try to keep it brief. Just to give you just for your audience, I'm so excited to see a big audience at a public meeting. Please come to our meetings. But just to get a very brief introduction what a healthcare district is, and then who we are right now, and then a few examples of what I like to say, what have you done for us lately? So with that, in a nutshell, what the heck is a healthcare district? Well, we're one of 79 in the state of California, one of only 2 in the county of San Mateo, and we are defined what we can do, what we should do, what we can't do in the Health and Safety Code, Section 32,000. Essentially, we've got one single purpose, and that's the health and wellness of a defined population within a certain boundary. You can't see that little map, but essentially we cover from San Bruno through half of South City and then up to the kind of skyline, and then the line goes way out in the bay, and I've never quite figured out what we're supposed to do in the bay. We are governed by 5 locally elected officials, and I will have to say that we are very fortunate. We have a PhD in community health. We have a practicing anesthesiologist. We have a retired registered nurse. We have a land use attorney, and aren't we lucky we have 2. We also have an attorney who specializes in construction litigation. And given the work we've been doing, it's kind of nice to have that team. And then we're funded by property tax. We're one of 22 special independent districts in the county of San Mateo. We started out in 1947 when we were formed. In 1950, we bought 26 acres in Burlingame, which we still own, and we built and ran Peninsula Hospital. that we did that, and all of our funding went into the hospital up through when Sutter Health or its precursor Mills Peninsula took it over. But everything we did was focused on the hospital, expanding to meet the times, evolving, bringing in the technology. That was our raison d'etre. Well, when it was decided that that hospital would be torn down, that's when we shifted to a community focus. Even at the state level, in 1994, the state changed our title, and that was often a myth. Everybody says, well, if you're a hospital district and you don't run a hospital, then what the heck do you do? Well, even the state in 1994 changed our name. We are healthcare districts with the recognition that health is really more community-based, not hospital-based. So from that time, 96 on, we've really shifted from the acute care side, and as an old nurse and former hospital administrator, I like to say we evolved from sick care, because I always thought the 39 years I was in hospitals, I was taking care of health, but it was sick care focused, and now we truly are health and wellness focused. Thought I'd share this picture just for fun. In the beginning, we built and ran Peninsula Hospital. This is the best shot, because if you looked northwest, there's nothing there. There is no Mills Estate when we opened that hospital. And today what you're looking at is the current Sutter Hospital that leases land. We still own the land, and that big building is the Sutter Hospital Mills Peninsula Medical Center. And that little piece of bare dirt is part of where our old hospital used to sit. And that's also relevant to my last program I'm going to talk about, and that is, what are we going to do with that land? Who are we today? Well, our vision, our mantra, what we try to carry out and everything we do is that all of our residents, in which we cover about 230,000 residents in the county, which is about a third of the county, that all our residents have the opportunity to achieve their optimal health through prevention, because if you can prevent it and then not get sick, that's the first thing to do. Through education, to empower the individual to be able to make good choices and have a role in their health, and most critically, access to basic services. For the slide, I was brief, but we focus on medical, mental, and dental. Basically, our strategic goal areas where we focus our energy is service needs. We make it a priority to stay with our finger on the pulse. Where are the needs? Where are the greatest deficits? What isn't being met? We do that, much of our work, through partnerships. Again, I want to cite my past history. To just run out and build something, to do something, is not a good use of taxpayer dollars. If somebody's doing it well, partner with them, help them expand, help them to have greater access. And so that's what we really put a lot of value in. Stewardship is critical. Every board has a fiduciary right and responsibility for good stewardship, but we find that immensely huge as part of our board's role, because when you are sitting with now 30 acres in San Mateo County, that's really a very valuable asset, and you better use it well and use it right. And then most importantly, we want to make an impact. You can do things, but how do you move the needle on health? That is a huge challenge, but it's a commitment we have. So what have we been doing lately? I want to make a distinction. Unlike Sequoia Hospital, or Sequoia Healthcare District, they don't own the land or the hospital anymore. Our board, in their wisdom, leases the land. They never gave it up. And we do not run the hospital. We don't tell them what to charge. We don't look at their quality of care necessarily. But we do have certain oversight opportunities in our lease. That is to say, we made it sure, our board made it very clear that they did not want it to become a specialty hospital. If you're going to lease our land, you have to be a community hospital. And we identified 9, what we call in 2005, basic core services. You have to have med-surg, OB, ER, that kind of basic care. So the hospital cannot unilaterally close those services. They must get our board approval. The other thing that isn't known very broadly, but if they have a service that we all deem as essential, like ER, and if they can come and say, you know what, we're losing a lot of money keeping this ER open, and our board says you've got to have an ER, then we have an obligation to help them fund the operation of that. So while we are separate from the hospital, we still have a commitment, and I think that is an important distinction for the public to know. Community grants, I mentioned, we do give away about almost $2 million a year in community grants to partners, which represents about a little less than a third of our annual tax money. Special initiative funding refers to what we like to say is gaps. What isn't being done? What could be done in a pilot project? What can we do over and above supporting existing? We're not a foundation. We don't exist just to write checks. We exist to make a difference. So in the more recent examples of that, I will share with you in just a moment. And then property development. A lot of folks say, why don't you just sell the property, take the money? And I like to stand up like Scarlett O'Hara and say, no, we've got the land and we should leverage it and use it for the community's benefit and for the community health. And so that's what a lot of our focus has been, how to use that asset appropriately and with good stewardship. And then the ongoing challenge for our little district is, number one, we want to make sure we balance our investments. People say, why did you do an assisted living and why are you focusing on the older adults? Well, if you look at everything we've done, we try to make sure that we're looking at the newborn, all ages, teen, seniors, and then what we like to refer to, some of us, as like the sandwich generation. And that is our goal. So what are some examples of recent developments that carry out both to address the vision and carry out our role? Well, Sonrisas Dental Health is right here in San Mateo. I'm proud to say that in 2011, that space right next to the Arco gas station at Poplar and El Camino became available, and we purchased that property. And we brought this model of dental care to the community. It is the only one of two nonprofit community clinics. It's not a federally qualified clinic that only can take DentaCal. We take all patients, all ages, and I mean from 1 to 100, and we have a 101-year-old patient. We take DentaCal, fully insured, no insurance, and we treat them all with the equal level of quality and dignity. And I'm extremely proud of that. We opened officially fully opened in November 2015. The most recent fiscal year, and we're on pace to match that the first 6 months of this year, we provided over 11,000 visits in 1 year, of which 69% were uninsured, sliding scale cash pay, DentaCal, and farm workers. So I'm very proud of that program and what we brought to the community. Dental care is still a huge problem. If you look up in the white pages or the yellow pages, if those exist, and you see who takes DentaCal, there's maybe 33 listed. Only 1 or 2 of those people take DentaCal, and you only have to take 1 DentaCal patient a year and be on that list. So we need this in our community. Dental health is basic, and we're proud to provide that. We've also been very much invested in a community partnership with the San Mateo Union High School District, as well as the K-8 schools in our district, and it's a teen mental health project. We're at the 3rd year of a 3-year project with Dr. Scully to really address head-on counseling and mental health issues. And then with the K-8, we've just launched another study with the Gardner Center at Stanford, and we're looking retroactively in graduate students from the high school district, looking at their history from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, grades through their school years, to see if we can identify actionable interventions that we could put or bring or initiate while they're in 4th, 5th grade to help their transition to middle school and then help their transition to high school. So we're proud of that program, and Dr. Scully was very kind in our 70th video to make some nice comments about how critical it has been for him and his students. Third big thing is to take 1 acre that we own, which is directly across from the hospital on Truesdale and Magnolia, and that is our 124-unit assisted living facility, memory care and assisted living. 1 whole floor is dedicated to dementia and Alzheimer's. Again, a great story. We got our license at 2:30 on December 21st. We admitted our first patient on December 26th, and 7 weeks later we have 62 patients. So there is a need, there is a demand, and it's a beautiful facility. I have to say this because I get asked, why are you building this expensive place? And I want you to know it's not all affordable, it is not. There are 10 units, but it is at the very low tier in a market rate. So it is primarily market rate, but the demand to fill up that much in 7 weeks tells you that there's demand. The other thing we just opened in July, I get the J words all mixed up. In July, we opened at 1875 Truesdale, which is on the corner of Marco Polo and Truesdale, what we call the Truesdale Wellness Center. And the Truesdale Wellness Center is a gym open to any 18-year-old and older in the whole community. Unfortunately, we got too smart and we outwitted ourselves because we called it the Truesdale Wellness Center. So they think it's associated with the other. It's not. It's open to everybody. However, it is focused on the older adult. We have classes there on balance, on mindfulness, on healthy heart, etc. So new program run by the district. And then the last I want to comment on, and I know that is hard to see, that little but you see the outline that's kind of purple there? That is the land, thank you, that is the land that is now available. The district owns all that land, and what we are planning to develop, what we call the Peninsula Wellness Community. It's a little over 6.5 acres, and our vision is to create a connected aging campus that will really improve lifelong wellness. It incorporates the latest thinking internationally as well as urban design and development to see what we can do to extend the quality of life in the later years and to keep people independent because we have them so close to campus, on a campus that has physicians, it'll have technology in the rooms, it'll be assisted, so it won't be completely independent, but they will feel like they're independent. And I'm going quickly because I don't want to overstay my welcome here, but I'm happy to have you look on our website, come to our meetings. I do have some materials I'm going to leave for you that I put this presentation, some flyers on our various programs, as well as some town hall meetings. We have a series of 4 town hall meetings scheduled throughout the year that will go over specifically that one project. But it's a biggie, and we're proud of it. And where we are right now on that project, oopsie, I guess I can't go forward anymore. There you go. Oh, you know what, let me wrap up. Where we are is we're in the exclusive negotiating agreement phase. We know what our vision is. People say, well, what exactly are you going to build there? And I can tell you what we designed to see what will fit there. But right now we're listening, we're looking, and we're seeing what ultimately will be built there with the developer team. We hired Pacific Medical Builders to do the office building, the physician office building, and Generations Retirement Group to do the assisted living, more acute assisted living and independent senior housing. So in wrapping up, that is a picture from our most recent Community Partners event. Every one of those individuals represents a grant recipient for this year. And I hope that you will realize that we are doing things. We do think we're a community benefit. We try to do everything transparently and openly. I would love to have more people come to our meetings and hear what we're doing all the time, but I thank you very much for your attention. And then I do have, in addition to the packets, I have a gift for each of you, because one of the books we're trying, this is a very simple, very good to go over with your children, but we really want to promote dental health because it's finally getting its place in the sun, and if your gums and your teeth are unhealthy, then you are not healthy. So with that, thank you for your time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Cheryl. Okay, next up. John Rink in the house. Come on down. I have a proclamation for you, Mr. Rink, to thank you for all your years of service after retiring from the police department to take on our Neighborhood Watch community coordination. Neighborhood Watch is such an important role in people having a sense of community. So I know on behalf of the council, we're so grateful to your enhancing that sense of community. Of course, the natural progression of that is that we're a safer community, but you were passionate about it, and there's a lot of whereases here that I'll let you read in your own time, but I just want you to know we're eternally grateful for all of your years of service and taking on that project and making our neighborhoods and our residents feel safer and a part of the bigger community. So, and we're going to have I think there may be a few that want to come down too. Let me have you speak first.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members. Some of you I know very well, some are new, but I would just like to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to serve the citizens of San Mateo, this wonderful community, for the past 37 years, both as a police officer and a per diem police officer, coordinating the Neighborhood Watch program. As you said, Mayor, it's a very valuable tool that we have for our community. We have solved many crimes with the use of the Neighborhood Watch program. It's just a wonderful thing for all of us. And for those of you who have not joined Neighborhood Watch, I strongly suggest you contact Community Service Officer Janine Luna and get signed on. But I also like to thank Chief Mannheimer for entrusting the Neighborhood Watch program in my hands. I think she's here somewhere. Oh, yeah. There she is hiding. But again, I could not have done this without the help of the Neighborhood Watch Board of Directors who are seated here. With their knowledge and us coming together as a partner for Neighborhood Watch has really built this program up to what it is today. And I got to say, I always believe that it's one of the best in the community, because we deliver on a personal note as a Neighborhood Watch Holiday Social and the things that we've done for the community. So again, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
The proclamation is wonderful. I'm going to display it proudly in my home in San Mateo. Council member or Deputy Mayor Freshett's neighbor. So thank you again. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. So before you go, hold on. Before you go, we've got a few people that might want to add a few words here. So first I'll call on Deputy Mayor Frescott to give us a few words.
I just wanted to say this is really exciting to see Officer Rink honored, John. As you said, we've been neighbors, gosh, since I bought my house in 1980, and it's been wonderful watching you and your children, watch you raise your children. Little John, your son who's now a police officer, I've always felt so safe living on my street because there's, you're just a few doors down. It's wonderful. But I just wanted to acknowledge how grateful I am to you for everything you've done, and what a pleasure it has been, not only being able to work with you through the police department, but having you as a friend and neighbor for so many years. So congratulations.
Now wait, we got a few more here. Donna, did you want to step forward?
Yes. He does.
The chief says you do.
The chief said yeah, all right. It's in order. Hey, John, all the Neighborhood Watch board members all these years, and all the block captains and all the active members want to thank you for your dedication and commitment to keeping all of San Mateo's neighborhoods safe and secure. On behalf of the whole current board, we have been privileged to learn from you, to work with you, and to encouraged us to do more things. Please know that we are committed to doing our very best to carry on the goal of increasing Neighborhood Watch blocks and continuing to build a stronger community. My ending line was supposed to be, we'll miss you. But the way you came in tonight and the way the board recognized it, I say we love you.
Thank you.
Did you have another presentation?
Just real
I'll
quick.
step aside.
Thank you for having us here tonight. I have had the distinct honor of working with John a little over 20 years ago when I worked with him. He was a community police officer in our CPO unit, and he taught us younger officers the importance of the community and building the neighborhood watch system. And the last few years, I've been in charge of the neighborhood watch program, and John has been an angel on your shoulder because he takes every challenge, and he really has this passion for the community and building this relationship. And on behalf of the Neighborhood Watch Board and the San Mateo Police Department, we want to give you a plaque honoring you. So thank you very much, John. You want to take that
Ways of orchestrating.
Congratulations.
This picture and then the entire board.
Oh, yeah. Okay, come on, guys. Let's do it. Here's some more. Thank you.
Okay, John, you want to?
Can we get a picture with the council?
One more, John, with the council. Do you guys?
One more?
You ready? 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Okay. Well, I'd like to invite Captain Dave Parazzaro and Sergeant Joe Hickman down, along with Scout, to the lectern, please. We have somebody else who's retiring. Is he going to come down?
He'll come.
Okay.
Mayor, Councilman, thank you for letting us have this opportunity to recognize Scout on his retirement. Sergeant Joe Hickman just recently got promoted to the rank of sergeant. He was an officer in December. So due to his retirement, due to his promotion, Scout is being retired. So come on down, Scout and Joe. Got to steal my thunder. So just to give you a little bio on Scout, he was born in the Czech Republic in 2012. He spent the first year of his life in an Israeli Defense Force training kennel. He was going to be a military dog. He was purchased by a canine vendor here in the United States that had him earmarked for either law enforcement or the military. When Sergeant Hickman went to pick out the canine, he had the choice of about 20 dogs. It was love at first sight. So he and Scout, they went on to a 2-month training program out of state, which just goes to show the dedication and the responsibility to be a canine handler, because he was away from his small child, or now he has 2, but at the time 1. He was away from his wife, his children. Just shows the dedication of the length of time that it takes to train these animals. When he graduated from the academy, he was a narcotics and a patrol trained dog. During the course of his 4-year career, just to read some stats here, he had 21 felony apprehensions, 53 narcotic fines, 100 plus suspect searches, and he, as part of from narcotics seizures, there was a cash seizure of a total of $13,565. So he did good work. But more importantly, along from just his law enforcement work that he did, fighting with, chasing the criminals, it was his community engagement. Over the course of his career, he had contact with over 900 boys and girls in the San Mateo Peninsula. For many of those contacts with those children, it was their first contact with a police officer. and the police canine with Scout. He was a very proud ambassador to our city and to our department. It was just a very positive to watch him interact with the children. As far as his retirement plans, he will be living with Sergeant Hickman and his family. He's going to spend his retirement chasing his 2 small girls around the house and protecting the house from the squirrels, so I was told. So, but like I say, we just really want to thank Joe and his dog for the service. Scout, like I say, I can't tell you enough. And not only is it the commitment that Joe put into training that dog, but on behalf of his family, it is a huge commitment. It takes away from vacations and other things, and it is a full-time job. So, and lastly, I would just like to thank the Marina Lagoon Association. They did a lot of fundraising towards paying for this dog, so we really appreciate we couldn't have done it without them. So thank you, and thank you for letting us share this moment. I will pin a little, an interesting little fact that I learned about canines now that being the canine coordinator is that the dogs, whatever level the handler is, the dog gets a badge, the rank above it, just to show that you always have to respect your partner. So, with that being said, we will, hopefully it won't attack me. This is workers' comp, by the way. There we go. If I could have all the police officers in the room and all San Mateo PD just to come up and take a photo with Joe and Scout.
Thank you, thank you.
I'd like to offer to take care of him on the weekends, or if you go on vacation too. I'll take care of him.
That's definitely okay. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. You are very special. I'll tell you what. Okay. Come on in here. Oh, hi, Scout. I come bearing gifts. All right. Congratulations. Let him kiss you, Joe. You're tall, too. That's such a love. You are such a... I think this, the nose is pretty good. But I'll let you handle that.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. We were partying with all of it.
Thanks, John.
Okay. Now is the time for, let's see, consent calendar. So if I could ask the clerk to read off the items on the consent calendar, please.
With pleasure, Mayor. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 5, classification update, Police Department. Item number 6, on-call design services for various projects agreements. Item number 7, Smart Corridor San Mateo County Hub Memorandum of Understanding. Item number 8, Wastewater Treatment Plant Joint Powers Agreement Amendment. Item number 9, the Shared Fire Services Contract Termination.
Okay, is there any member of the council who wishes to remove an item from the consent calendar? Anybody from the public?
I have no speaker slips.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve consent calendar.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. So now we'll move on to public comment. 2 basic rules of public comment. Can't be something that's on the agenda, and council won't comment on it because it isn't something on the agenda. Do we have any speaker slips for public comment?
I have one speaker slip. And one moment, please. All right. Oh, okay. I have 2 speaker slips. The first one is Sean Fahrenbruch. If you could come forward, please.
And I do know that anything that comes up during public comment, we could refer to staff, should the need arise. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Sean Fahrenbrook. I live at 625 Parrott. I'm here tonight to discuss the Junior Accessory Dwelling Unit Ordinance, 2719-110. I believe there's some deficiencies in it, and my purpose for standing in front of you is to ask that you would consider making it one of the city priorities to readdress this ordinance. Let me share some of the issues I've been having with it over the last 2 years. First of all, what is the value of a junior accessory dwelling unit? The main purpose of the junior accessory dwelling unit, in my opinion, is it's going to be very useful for family members like elderly mothers and young adults that are just starting out. This may sound selfish, but every person you bring in from your family, it is freeing up another unit of housing in the rest of the community. So why am I complaining about the ordinance as is? I'm not asking to address the law tonight. It's too complex. But just to give you some of the highlights, of course, the JDU ordinance limits you to 500 square feet for the living space. I'm not complaining about that. It's small. It's junior. I get it. But it's already 500 feet. And in this ordinance, it's in addition to saying, hey, you only get this really tiny sink. It's really not big enough to wash dishes. You get counter space, which is very small to use. And the cabinet space that it allows is 6 feet, but if you take away, 2 feet that's going to be needed for the base unit for your sink, 18 inches is used for the base unit for your trash, the 3 inches on each side of the cabinet so your cabinets can open. When all is said and done, you're left with about 18 inches. It's really not practical. Some of the other issues that I've been having with this doesn't allow a microwave. It seems trivial, but why? There's little things like this. And other problems I'm seeing with the ordinance is that I personally been burned by this to the tune of, well, a lot of money. The fact that you have to have an existing bedroom to make a junior accessory dwelling unit, and when you actually go to make the JDU, that's a secondary permit. If the law could be rewritten so it kind of one-stop shopping, so you could create the JDU at the same time that you're making a new space for it, outside of your house. I'm not asking for new footage because that's not what the JDU is about. It's you're carving out space out of your home. So it'd be nice if it was just cleaned up, and I would ask that, if possible, please consider adding this to the city's priorities for the staff to work on. And if any of the members of the council or the planning board or zoning or the fire department would like to come see the project in progress, I'm pretty deep into it. It really shows some of the practical implications of how this law affects you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Dr. Jemae Brizet.
You want to say that? Go ahead.
Yes, you did.
1 second give me 1 second.
I was just going to ask staff, I believe we have to review the accessory dwelling unit like every year or something. And I was just curious when the next time that comes up.
I might also note that it may fit into one of our council priorities, and I think I have a spot where it could be added. So when we get to that item on the calendar, I might have some suggestions as well. But Kohar, do you know when it's up for grabs again? I'm sorry, sir. We'll be right.
The ordinance was modified last year and consistent with state law, so we don't have any updates coming up in the near future. We're open to suggestions from the council.
Great. Thank you. Please come forward. Sorry about that.
I'm Dr. Jemae Brizet. I live in 2901 South El Camino Real, known as Peninsula Station. It's one of the first mixed-use properties. They call it the transit area. So for a couple of years, we've been complaining about blowers and in times when it's not supposed to be, normally in a residential area. And each time the inspectors say, well, it's because the ordinance does not cover mixed use or transit neighborhoods. And now the whole peninsula is becoming transit communities with mixed use. But they haven't adjusted the ordinance to include mixed use. So we have blowers at 6, 7:30 in the morning. This is too early. And I've emailed the whole council about this issue. I then came when you were being installed. It was the first time I was able to make it to a meeting, and they weren't really having a meeting. So then I was able to make it tonight. So I would like the council to change the ordinance to include mixed use, to have those appropriate times for residential people. You know, it's not our fault that we live between some commercial use, or there's commercial use below us. We're still residents. We still need, you know, times for quiet times. So I hope that you can put that on your agenda and have that changed.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming back a second time, too. Appreciate it. Any more public comment?
I have no other speakers.
Okay. With that, let's move on to public hearing, item 10, which is 1, 2, and 3 Waters Park Drive project approval. Ms. Kim's coming down. Okay. Tracy's coming down. Kohar. Got all the big guns. Okay, take it away.
Good evening. Oh, can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to use this, actually, sorry. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Lily Lim, Project Planner for the item before you tonight, 123 Waters Park Drive, PA 18013. I'd like to note that there were a few public comments that were submitted to staff after distribution of your packets, and hard copies have been provided to you this evening. I also want to note that there is some language in the findings that I'd like to note for the record so that we can correct them. Sections 6 and 7 speak to the findings for zoning reclassification and general plan amendment. The findings say recommend the City Council approve, however, recommend the City Council part should be removed since we are here at the City Council. This is just this evening's format that we would like to follow. I will give my staff's presentation, followed by a small presentation by Public Works, and then also followed by the city's traffic consultant, Hexagon, and then questions from the council. Then the applicant will have a presentation followed by any clarification questions, and then the public comment period followed by a response from the applicant, and so forth. The project consists of 2 parcels, approximately 11 acres in size, with Burrell Creek to the north, and single-family residences to the east and the south. And then
I'm sorry, could I ask that you speak directly into the microphone and try to speak up a little bit? Thank you.
Musical chairs. There are currently 3 two-story office buildings comprising of about 163,000 square feet. The project site has an existing general plan land use designation of executive office, and then a zoning designation of E1 executive park. The project proposes to demolish the 3 office buildings and construct 190 for sale dwelling units, consisting of 28 single-family residences, which are all 2 stories and with a range between 1,800 to 2,200 square feet. And then 162 multifamily residences ranging from 2 to 3 bedroom units that are approximately 1,300 to 1,800 square feet in size, with common open space through the center of the property. And there's also a dog park in the northwest corner of this property. The proposed project will require the following entitlements: site plan and architectural review for 190 for sale dwelling units, site development planning application for removal of major vegetation, a vesting tentative subdivision map to create individual single-family home lots, and condominium units and associated common space. This also requires a zoning reclassification from executive park to multifamily dwellings, medium density, which is R3, a general plan land use designation amendment from executive office to medium density multifamily, a general plan building height amendment to increase the maximum permitted height from 35 feet to 45 feet to be consistent with the zoning reclassification, and then a planned development special use permit to reduce the minimum lot sizes and setbacks for the single family residences. This project went to the Planning Commission on January 23rd, and at that meeting, the Planning Commission had the following comments. This fulfills a community need for housing. The building and site plan design improved from the initial study session. They're in favor of the taller multifamily buildings toward the center of the property. And then they had a couple of concerns and clarifications. First one being the rear-facing windows in the 4th bedroom located on the 2nd floor, and then some questions regarding traffic impacts, and then the grade and topographic differential between the project site and the adjoining properties. During the commission meeting, they added a condition of approval to modify some of the 2nd-story windows, but staff has provided a clarification condition of approval to modify the language to apply to the 4th bedroom on the 2nd floor, which is the window, the highlighted window here. The 2nd-story window in this particular plan, which is the Plan 2, highlighted in the black on the site plan, has a 2nd-story window that's rear-facing within 25 feet of the rear property line. The staff's recommendation is part of the recommendation for you tonight, and this is condition number 20 on your conditions of approval. This is a cross-section between, this is just to clarify the grade difference between the subject property and the neighboring properties that are single family. This is an average typical section between the 2 properties. It's showing at an average of 1.8. This means that there are some properties that have a greater difference than this and some that are less. As part of the conditions of approval, staff has added a condition to replace the fencing along the southern and eastern property lines. And just to clarify, fence heights are measured when there's an elevation difference between 2 adjacent lots. The measurement of fence or wall height is taken from the ground level of the upper lot, which means the higher grade. So for example, if there's a 2-foot difference in grade and there's a 6-foot fence on top of a retaining wall, then on one side it might be 8 feet, but 6 feet on the other side. And this is just a quick little snippet of the traffic. The existing office use is estimated based on the counts performed by our consultant at around 1,300 trips per day, and then the proposed use is 1,145 with a net. This is a net decrease of 160 trips. Our traffic consultant, Hexagon, is here this evening and will be presenting once staff is done with the presentation. And hopefully that will provide more clarification. So this project is requesting a density bonus. They are providing 10% affordable units, which is 19 units. They're eligible for one incentive or concession, and they're allowed to use the statewide parking standards. It's 1 space per 0 to 1 bedroom, 2 spaces for 2 to 3 bedrooms, and then 2.5 for anything that's greater than 4. The concession that they're requesting is an increase in floor area. They're requesting 0.896, where a maximum allowable per the R3 zoning is 0.85. So as I mentioned, using the statewide parking standards, based on the statewide standards, they would only be required to provide 248 stalls. However, they're providing 425 stalls. 45 of them are uncovered guest stalls on the street, and each unit will have a 2-car garage per unit. And that's a combination of both side-by-side and tandem stalls, which is permitted based on the statewide standards. And per the building code, each unit will have 1 stall that's EV ready. The project is removing 233 trees, 65 of which are heritage trees, and they're planning on replacing them with 287 trees along the walkways, surface parking area, and just the perimeter of the site, including the areas adjacent to the single-family homes. The project was required to notify property owners and residential and business tenants within a 1,000-foot radius, the city's 900 list and notify me list, and any interested parties that contacted the city. During the public comment period of the environmental document, most comments were regarding traffic, air quality, and noise during construction, effects on property values, and tree removal. Other public comments included structural damage, privacy, damage to fences, height of single-family residences, water supply, rodents, and trash enclosure location. As part of the environmental process, there was a preparation of an environmental document under the provisions of CEQA. David J. Powers and Associates prepared an initial study and mitigated negative declaration. They're also here tonight if you have any clarification questions for them. The conclusion was that there are no significant impacts, and the project mitigation measures are included in the conditions of approval. And again, the consultants who are here tonight, Hexagon and David J. Powers. And then at this time, I'm going to pass it over to our Tracy Scarmalia, who's part of Public Works, and she will be discussing the sewage connections for this site.
Good evening, Council and members of the public. There was some confusion at the Planning Commission with residents regarding the connection for the proposed project for water site. The development will be connecting into an existing manhole at the top of your screen. This has no impact to the existing line, which runs along the backyards along Adrian. This is a completely separate sewer main, and it only serves laterals to those properties. The collective sewage from these residents, as well as residents further up on Norfolk, and with their backyards also as a sewer main, collect at this manhole and together go down this main and then connect to a pump station on South Norfolk. There was some concern about the condition of some of the lines. This line here is not impacted at all by the development, and we've had no complaints of any issues with the line. We haven't had any issues either with the line from this existing manhole down to the pump station. And in fact, we had recently upgraded the pump station and the force main that pumps up South Norfolk. One suggestion from Public Works is to add a condition of approval to the project's conditions indicating that the line between the manhole here and the pump station force main entry be televised, just to make sure that the condition is okay, and if there are anything reviewed in the study, that the developer would be responsible for making those repairs. And I just have a quick sample of the condition of approval. It's very long. Essentially, it's just saying that the applicant will TV the line and note any repairs to the line and will be responsible for making those improvements.
Okay. Next.
And Gary Black is here from Hexagon to discuss more of the traffic analysis.
Okay.
Oh, okay, there it is. I want to go, there were a lot of questions and comments at the Planning Commission hearing about the traffic study, so we want to highlight some of those findings to get the, start the discussion. This is the trip generation estimate table taken from the traffic study. Whoops, disappeared. Okay. And we can see at the top the proposed project with 190 units, and then the existing use, which is the office building. The traffic for the office building was counted at the driveways. The traffic for the proposed project was estimated using our standard methodology, which is using the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. And if you go down to the bottom, there's the net difference, and you saw the number of minus 160 daily trips. So that was shown earlier. But I think one of the points that was discussed at the Planning Commission that we want to highlight here is that if you look over at the trips in and out, you'll see that there's a directionality difference between the office building, where in the morning, the cars are coming in, versus a residential development where the cars are going out. So there would be an increase in traffic going out in the morning and an increase in traffic coming in the afternoon, which a lot of the residents pointed out is the same pattern, for their neighborhood. They're going out in the morning, in the afternoon. So there would be some additional traffic added to those particular movements. And
Hey. We got a long night ahead of us, folks. So please keep your applause.
There would be a decrease in the opposite direction. So the traffic study accounts for all of these factors added together. If we can go to the next slide. This one's a little hard to read, but it's taken directly from the traffic study. A summary of the levels of service, which is how we evaluate traffic impacts in the city of San Mateo in accordance with your general plan. We look at intersection levels of service. We studied 8 intersections nearby to the project for this study. And there was a lot of testimony, I'm sure you're familiar with it yourselves in driving in that area, that there's congestion there now under existing conditions. You'll see that a couple of the intersections are operating worse than your city standard, which is level of service D and 45 seconds of delay. You can see, for example, Grant and Fashion Island is E, 101 Fashion Island is F, Norfolk and Fashion Island is E, and then the ramps at Hillsdale are both operating level of service F, depending on the time period that you're looking at. And so then that's worse than the city standard. So then the next thing we look at is what happens if we add the project to that. And you can see that there's a few columns that talk about the increase in delay with regard to the project. The city standard is a 4-second increase in delay. That constitutes a significant impact according to your general plan. If the impact is less than 4 seconds, it's considered to be less than significant. So the finding in this study is that the impacts of the project would be less than significant, even acknowledging that there's a lot of congestion in the area, and this project would add some trips in the peak direction, but not enough trips to trip the threshold that's established in the general plan. Another question came up about, did we account for all the other projects that are planned or approved or under construction in the area? And we always do this in the traffic studies. If you look at these columns, there's one called existing and there's one called background. And background includes all projects that have been approved and are not yet occupied. So some of them are under construction, some of them are constructed but not occupied, some are just approved. And then we also include a condition called your 2030 general plan, which is a build out of other projects that haven't even been proposed but are in the general plan. So that's a quick summary of the traffic study and the basis of our conclusion that the impacts would be less than significant.
Okay, thank you. Okay. With that, do we have questions from council? Eric.
I have a few.
I just had one question on that backyard window slide, and there's one window that's highlighted, and then that other window, is that not a concern because that's pushed back?
It's recessed.
Recessed.
It's 10 feet.
10 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's at a minimum of 25 feet from the property lines from the rear.
Got it. And I was just curious, this might come up later, but the backyards of the existing neighborhoods, homes, what is the typical setback that they have between the back of their home to the property line?
For a typical R1 single-family home, the required setbacks are 15 to the first floor and 25 to the second floor. It varies along the adjacent property lines because of the way the street bends, but that would be required from any other R1.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Deputy Mayor Fresco?
Yes, I know that the developer was contributing $250,000 for intersection improvements. Do we have any idea what might be done to improve the intersection there at Norfolk and 92, I guess it's Fashion Island Boulevard?
Yes, we do. Currently, our traffic group in Public Works is doing a study on the 19th Avenue Fashion Island corridor. What comes out of that study likely will be many improvements to that intersection at South Norfolk and Fashion Island, as Gary had mentioned in the traffic reports. Improvements such as signal timing, possibly adding lanes, striping changes, as well as continuing bike and pedestrian connections through that intersection. What comes out of that report this 250 will go towards those improvements that are outlined.
And I know I drove over to look at the site today, and I don't remember when people leave, is there a lane that people can pull into, or are they, if they're going to make a left turn, are they just going right on to Norfolk?
No.
Again, there'll be plenty of time for public comment. I got to ask you to refrain, to be courteous to the speakers that are here. Thank you so much.
Currently into the business park, it's Waters Park, and it's right directly off South Norfolk, and it's treated like an intersection, but it's really the only entry in and out of the current development and proposed.
Okay, thank you. Another question. We weren't really looking at the photos of the units, but I did look today, and I see the people have 2-car garages, and that's great, but do they have to park in the garage, or can they actually park in front of the garage?
Oops. Sorry.
Is there somebody that can answer that?
So there are spaces on the street along their private drive for guest parking, but along each, I guess, driveway that goes into each different building, there's not street parking. It's just either into the garage or not.
No, okay.
Can you tell us how deep the driveways are? Are they 20 feet, 25 feet? How long are they in front of the houses?
They vary. So let me just.
Sorry, Maureen.
Oh, that's okay.
So for example, on the single family homes, oops, you're not seeing this. I'm not sure why it's stuck. Up there. So the single family homes along the southern and eastern property lines have a varied front setback of 5 to 15 plus feet. In theory, some of the smaller driveways cannot fit a car, so you have to park in your driveway. The larger buildings just have a drive aisle that go right into your garage, so there's no parking there. And then the on-street parking would be reserved for guest parking.
So people pretty much just have to park in their garage?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. I just had a question for the developer. I know there were concerns, we got a lot of letters with concerns raised by the public, and some of them were listed in your presentation. I'm just wondering how many of those issues were addressed and changes made?
So one of the changes would be this window condition. The other would be, and that would address the privacy, and then the other issue was fencing. So we're requiring them to replace all the fencing along the southern and eastern property lines that are adjacent to single-family homes. And then also there were several comments about rodents, and we do have a condition of approval for vector control, and that's required to be submitted and approved by staff prior to demolition. And then, the trash enclosure location, which I think the applicant's going to mention, they found some solutions that will address that.
Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
How many parking spaces above what's required are being provided?
Some of those are on street.
They're required 248 based on the statewide parking standards, and they're providing 425, so that's 2 per unit, plus 45 uncovered guest parking stalls.
Is there any expectation based on that level of parking that cars would park in the neighborhood?
I can't speak to how many cars each unit will have, but they will have enough space for 2 per unit. Some of them are tandem and some of them are
Based on the
side-by-side.
configuration, it wouldn't be convenient for anybody in these units to park on this adjoining street. You'd have to walk.
They'd have to
significant
walk
distance.
really far, yeah. They'd have to walk out of the development onto Norfolk and wherever else they'd be parking.
Are any of the parking spaces that are proposed below grade, subterranean, anything
No.
like that? Is there any basements proposed?
No.
Is there anything below grade? I mean, is this a project that requires a lot of digging?
I think the applicant can speak to that, but there will be some grading, but they're not excavating below grade as you would typically see in a multifamily building.
The houses along the side of the project that's adjoining the neighborhood, are all of those limited to 2 stories? How many feet is that?
The height to the proposed single-family homes are about 20 feet and 2 inches, I believe. And they'll, based on, when comparing them to a single-family home, you're allowed a 24-foot height limit, plate height. So they would be slightly lower than what an R1 would be allowed.
And this would not be an R1?
That's correct. This is an R3 with a planned development to create these smaller lots.
It actually reminded me a lot of the Classic Communities project on Tilton, where you have an R1 right next to an R4, I guess it was. And in that project, if you're familiar with it, it was approved by this council with subterranean parking, and those are 3-story buildings right next to R1, aren't they?
I'd have to look into that. I can't recall before my time.
Okay. But since the project is actually not being proposed in R1, it could go higher than the 24 feet, couldn't it?
That's correct. In theory, if they were to propose, say, multifamily, they would have to meet the applicable height limitations for that. And so my guess is if they were to move the multifamily units closer to the property line, they would probably have about a 20-foot setback or something like that.
I watched a lot of the Planning Commission meeting, and there were some concerns about settling, which again, I think was one of the concerns with that Tilton Avenue project. Did the developer in this project propose addressing the settling or any issues with regards to that?
I will let them speak to that.
Do you know if is this a project where you would expect significant settling since there's no subterranean parking, no basements or digging like that?
I think I'd feel more comfortable if the applicant answered that. I'm not an engineer or...
Okay. Did you mention that the trash was moved?
Yeah, so one of the concerns was the trash enclosure being close to the single-family homes. And so at the Planning Commission, they did propose a different location to move it closer to the dog park. And I believe the applicant will be presenting that as an option today.
Okay. So then the applicant would also address the fencing that you mentioned?
What specific question you have?
The fencing, I'm really just concerned about the fencing on the side of the single-family home neighborhood. Has that fencing been addressed? There's
a condition of approval that's requiring them to replace the fencing along the southern and eastern property lines, which are adjacent to the single-family homes.
But what they're replacing it with, is it what the neighborhood has requested?
They will have to, one, meet the city's zoning code, which has a height limitation. But in terms of material or design, I don't know if that's been discussed so far. But our expectation is that the applicant work with the neighbors to come up with something that works for both of them, that meets the city's code.
Thank you very much. That's all I have right now.
Okay.
I think I have one question. I think I saw that one of the concerns was with rodents, and I know that we have a condition of approval that addresses that pre and during, and it's a very thorough condition of approval. Now that the garbage has been relocated to the other side of the project, has that addressed those concerns, or do they have concerns with when the building's being demolished and all that? Because I think that is what the condition of approval, the standard condition of approval would address. Could you explain a little bit about that so people understand what it says?
So our vector control plan requires them to submit a plan to implement and conform to control and removal of rodents and other pests to prevent infestation of adjacent land uses and surrounding neighborhoods. The plan also includes pest control measures required during all phases of construction and for a period of 6 months after completion of construction. So this is reviewed prior to essentially any permit, which is any development, site development or demolition permit, and this will be reviewed by staff.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, can you go back to the different elevations slide? Please.
This one?
Okay, so I have some confusion. You said something about a retaining wall, and then the fence would be above a retaining wall where there's a difference in elevation between existing homes and the new homes. Do I have that right?
Yes, so in our fence code, it explains how to measure the fence height when there's a difference in grade. So in this example, the fence height would be measured from the higher grade. So the one on the left in this photo depicts a higher grade, and so our maximum fence height is 6 feet plus 2 feet of lattice. And so on one side, it may be 8 feet, but if you include, the difference in grade, it may be higher. So this allows essentially a higher fence on the lower grade. So it might address more privacy concerns.
Okay, so, and as you, and it's my understanding that the difference in the grades is kind of one slope, right, as you run from east to west. Do I have that right, that the property slopes down as you run east to west?
I think it varies, but yeah.
Generally speaking, it is a slope, okay. So it is that you will have, what, a cement retaining wall, and it would slope down as the property slopes down, and a fence would be on top of that as it slopes down, is that right?
I think the applicant might be better to answer the treatment of how they're going to retain the difference, whether it's, I don't know what techniques they'll be using, but I know that there's a certain height for it to be called a retaining wall, so.
Oh, right, sure.
Yeah.
So, but it is that if you are lower than...
There will be earth retained before the fence.
And the single-family homes that are existing now may have a higher barrier to them.
Correct.
Okay, I got it. Okay, where are we now? We're going to...
The applicant's presentation.
The applicant's going to come forward. Okay, come on forward.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good evening. For the record, my name is Michael Cohen. I'm a principal with Strata Investment Group. We are both the owner and developer of this site. It's been almost 2 years since we acquired Waters 1, 2, 3, and we did so with the idea that we could do something really quite unique. I think of it as the public policy holy grail for the Bay Area, really, and that is deliver desperately needed housing while at the same time reducing traffic. And it's admittedly a very rare opportunity, which is why I think you hear so much skepticism about it. And I will confess, when I read a hexagon traffic study, it all is very confusing with the left turns and the right turns, but there's some very basic math that I just want to explain as to why this is possible. Office uses have much greater occupancy densities than residential uses. An average 2,000 square foot office suite will have 13 to 15 people on a occupancy of one employee per 150 square feet. The same 2,000 square foot home has approximately 2.7 residents. So not surprisingly, when you convert a 1970s vintage office park sitting on a sea of surface parking lots to a residential use, in this case, we're reducing the number of people on the site to about half. And so, not surprisingly, less people is less traffic, and particularly during AM/PM peak. And again, these conclusions aren't conclusions of Strata, these are conclusions of the city's own independent traffic consultant. Frankly, in an environment like we're in today, where policymakers like yourselves often have to make really difficult decisions, balancing the acute needs of a housing crisis with very legitimate constituent concerns about traffic, if this project reduced traffic not by 190 trips, but by 1, I think it would be still compelling and unique. Happily, this project offers even much more than a unique traffic dynamic. We've worked very hard with city staff, with the city's design consultant, Larry Cannon, with the Planning Commission and community stakeholders to deliver a very thoughtful, high-quality development plan. That plan is based on a couple key premises. First, the project is designed to deliver a really wide variety of single-family for-sale homes. They include the single-family detached homes on small lots, but they also include townhomes, row homes, and stack flats. This diversity of housing type is designed for a grossly underserved segment of the housing market, including first-time home buyers, young families, seniors who need something different than the small multifamily apartments that you see so much of being built in the area. Second, to address privacy concerns, and staff alluded to this, for our most immediate neighbors, and to create a smoother transition with the existing neighborhood. The land plan wraps the entire eastern and southern edge of the site with these detached small lot single-family homes. As noted, at 21 feet, they are shorter than what is allowed in the adjacent zoning. The plan also includes deep backyards, fencing, and tree planting to further strengthen these boundaries. Conversely, as was noted, the 3- and 4-story townhomes and stacked flats are kind of pushed to the center of the site and closer to the existing office building to the north and the freeway to be as far away from the existing neighbors as possible. Third, the project includes really a wonderful series of open space and recreational amenities. They include a creek trail, a dog run, picnic and barbecue areas, active and passive play areas for children, and a community garden. And all of these will be privately funded and privately maintained, but they'll be permanently publicly accessible for everyone in the area to enjoy, not just the new residents. In addition to good urban design and addressing important housing policy, the project provides a number of additional important public benefits. For example, we're doing all of our affordable housing on site instead of feeing out. And this is especially important because we are talking about homes and not apartments. And so for young families and for others who it's extremely difficult to find an affordable home, give you a sense of the math, these affordable homes will sell for between $250,000 and $300,000. We're also, embracing a number of best practices in environmental sustainability. That includes, and I think we may be the first in San Mateo to be doing this, 100% renewable energy from Peninsula Clean Energy. And in addition, Strata has a very long track record of very good relationships with our friends in labor across the building trades. And while we haven't yet selected our general contractor and a number of the specific trades are still undetermined, we know this project will be built all of wood. There will be extensive framing involved. And as a result, we have already entered into an agreement with the Northern California Carpenters Union to use union labor on this site. We're very proud of this project. It's not perfect. I don't think any project is perfect, but we think it's pretty darn terrific, and it's unique, and it's compelling. Nonetheless, and not surprisingly, we've had a number, particularly our most immediate neighbors on Norfolk and Adrian and fronting the property, express concerns about the project. And to do our best to understand those concerns and to try to address them whenever possible, we've had now, I think, 5 separate kind of voluntary community meetings. The last one was this past Saturday. And that's in addition to 4 public meetings that the city's planning department and the city noticed and held, including study sessions and initial community meetings. Coming out of that, the concerns, and they've been partly addressed in some of your questions, really fell into 3 general categories. The first, and I can't tell you at how many of these meetings, people just have a hard time accepting the conclusions of the traffic because we're almost trained to think that housing has to be pitted against traffic. But again, the basic math on less people on the site is pretty straightforward. Again, it's not our conclusion, it's the conclusion of the city's traffic consultant, by the way, using methodologies that are used all the time, not only across San Mateo, but across the region and across the state. Therefore, under CEQA, we didn't have any traffic impacts to mitigate. But in an effort to go above and beyond, we did agree at the urging of a number of community stakeholders to make a $250,000 contribution to improve the intersection at 19th and Norfolk. Second general area of concern, and I think you've heard this, has been around construction impacts, dust, noise, vibrations, utility and sewer capabilities, and natural habitats. As city staff noted already, under the California Environmental Quality Act, and frankly a whole host of local, state, and federal laws and building codes, we're required not only to extensively study these matters, but to address them. Still, and even though no such requirement exists under law, we have agreed, talking to our neighbors, to pay for independent structural reports for the homes surrounding the site, so they have a clear baseline to understand whether or not our project has indeed caused any damage. We don't believe it will, but it was something that they asked for. It's not cheap, but it's something that we're going to do to give folks a greater level of comfort. We've also agreed that any general contractor that we have on the site has to have their commercial, their liability insurance have a 5-year tail. That's the period after which you can make a claim, and not from the commencement of construction, but the completion of construction. So we're trying to create as clear a path as possible that if indeed we cause any damage, there is recourse available for that. Another main concern has been privacy. Oh, I should mention, by the way, we did, again, sort of related to privacy, it's sort of related to construction impacts, as was mentioned, agreed to relocate the trash enclosure really from right adjacent to the existing homes to about as far away as you can possibly get, close to the dog run at the northwestern edge of the site. Privacy concerns are something we've heard a lot about, we've talked a lot about. Frankly, the most important thing we're doing to address the privacy concern is baked into the land plan itself, and that's the fact that we're wrapping the site not with the taller buildings, which are pushed to the middle and as far away as possible, but with these small lot, single-family detached homes that are lower than the height limit would allow. But in these conversations, and I will say they've been productive conversations, I want to give credit to a lot of the neighbors who, it's not just us making a Friday night or a Saturday afternoon to talk about this project, it's their time as well. And I think the project's better because of it. The trash enclosure is a really good example of that. We've agreed to a number of additional measures to address their privacy concerns. One is the fencing and the trees. And my understanding from planning is that we may have to go through a process with the zoning administrator or someone, but we are going to support that they get 10-foot fences. We are going to work with them. In fact, when we met on Saturday, we talked about if our project gets approved, that we will come back shortly to talk to them about fencing design. We'll bring some examples in. We're also going to bring our landscape architects to talk about trees. We have very mature trees that we're planting, and we will continue that effort. It was alluded to in staff's report. It was, from our perspective, a very significant compromise, was that there were some of these bedrooms that weren't 25 feet back. They were within the 25-foot limit. In some cases almost as close as 15 feet. And we agreed that for those bedrooms where the windows are looking right out at the property line, we're not going to use normal windows. They have side windows, so they meet code and they can get light and air and other ways in. But when they're facing directly out, they'll have what's called a clear story window, which is much higher. It'll let light in, but someone won't be able to look out at that. And we've been working with the neighbors at looking if we can even further reduce the grade of our development along the site to no more than 6 to 12 inches. And all of these are really good faith efforts on our part to try to address these concerns. This is our first project in the city of San Mateo, not in San Mateo County, but we plan and hope to do more. And I hope that you understand and can see we've really tried to do the right thing. We've worked really hard to try to balance what we think is a really thoughtful project from a citywide perspective in terms of delivering housing and amenities and union labor and a number of other things and clean energy, and at the same time trying to be as good a neighbor as we can with our most immediate neighbors. And they know, we told them on Saturday, our intention is to continue to work with them and continue to learn from them, and particularly around specific things like fence design and trees and what works well where. So thank you for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, don't go away. Deputy Mayor Freskin.
Yes, I just have one question, and it's about the affordable housing. So are these going to be homes that are built exactly like the others, and will they be spread out throughout the development so there's a good mix?
Correct. They're identical. There will be no difference in the finish, style, size of the house, and they're scattered among the various different housing types that we have.
Perfect. Okay. That was my only question.
Questions? I had a question. So you said you would look at perhaps reducing the grade differential. So that was a question I was asking about before. So there's a potential that you can, I went to the site, I see that it's definitely higher at certain locations, where you could bring it down and then the fence would be all the way across. Is that what you're shaking?
Well, and I would like to clarify, there's two, maybe three different issues. One, as a matter of building code and law, we've got to make sure that what we build doesn't slide into their yards. And so staff is correct, it's not tall enough to technically be what's called a retaining wall, but there will be a requirement of our construction to make sure that we're supporting the land on our side. Two, the fences, I think we'll work together, frankly, with the neighbors as to where the fences go. It makes sense for them to be, if there is a grade differential, on the higher side, because that will give them even more privacy as a result. So we're totally committed to that. The third issue, which is an issue that some of the neighbors have raised, is in order to, and I think someone asked this question about, I think it was Councilman Gothels asked the question. These are generally what's called mat foundation. There's not a lot of excavation. It's pretty simple construction. But we do have to do some grading. We have to do grading for utilities, particularly along the edges. And we have been studying and are pretty darn optimistic that we're going to be able to do some further excavation along those edges. So what was showed in that diagram as an average of 1.5 to 2 feet across the site will be reduced to no more than 6 to 12 inches in any single location.
I see. Okay, got it.
I do have one question.
Okay.
So with regard to, I know that you agreed to structural reports and so forth. There's not going to be any pile driving, is there?
No.
No. So the soils do need to be engineered, and that'll just involve some compaction and some grading so that water can run off in the right directions and so forth. Streets can be built with the proper design strength and so forth, but that's not really going to involve big,
Yes,
heavy vibrations.
These buildings are not pile-driven
Okay.
structures.
Thanks.
Okay. I think we'll turn to public comment. I got a few things to say before public comment. First of all, Madam Clerk, how many speaker slips do we have on this item?
We have 13, Madam Mayor.
13, okay. So we'd say about 3 minutes apiece. And I would like to make a few comments about public comment, because you can't have enough comment. Just want to see if you're listening. So we appreciate everyone that's here tonight to speak on this topic. It's very important that you're here and that we hear from you. We have to have strict rules of decorum and ask that they be followed. All are welcome and all opinions are welcome. But we can't have any clapping, jeering, or shouting because they all have a chilling effect on the public process. The clerk will explain how the public comment is going to work and how she will bring forward the speakers. What she usually likes to have done is that as your name is called, stand to the side. That way we can bring people up as quickly as possible. We're starting at 8:47, so let it happen. Okay, go for it.
Okay, I'm going to call up 3 names. The first speaker will be the person who approaches and gives their comments. Notice on the screen in front is where the timing occurs. You'll have 3 minutes each. And the other 2 names I call, if you could come and line up over here so you can take the lectern as soon as possible afterwards, we can move through this very expeditiously. So my first speaker is Kelly Kanster, followed by Evan Adams, and then Allison Arnold.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me a little bit of time to speak. My name is Kelly Kanzler, and I own a business that is in the next door neighboring commercial building in the atrium. So I was notified, obviously, of this building project. I also live in the neighborhood, and being a business owner, all of these things are very impactful. Yes, one of those things is definitely the traffic. What I have noticed, because my windows obviously face outward, I see the traffic coming in and coming out. And this neighboring construction for residential is going to have one in and one out. And unfortunately, at the end of the day and early in the morning, we have a very large influx of people coming in to the area. And that is definitely a concern of mine. One that I would actually am definitely looking to find a new office space. Because of this construction project. But that also brings me one of the biggest concerns, which is taking away commercial space and commercial tenancy from the area. It is very hard to find commercial space for small business owners, and the driving costs of commercial space is increasing every day, and it's making it almost impossible for small business owners to continue to do their business here in San Mateo. We have to fight with the large companies for space, but it's also being able to hire people and have them work in our businesses. So that is also a really huge concern for myself. And I was able to attend the Good Morning San Mateo a few weeks ago, and Mayor Pappen, it was very interesting to hear that you mentioned that you don't really hear from the business owners in the community. So that was one of the main reasons that I did want to come and take a few words tonight. So again, it's very difficult to be a business owner in this area and to compete with the large corporations, but to take additional commercial space away from us is going to make it even harder for us to continue to do business here. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Evan Adams, followed by Allison Arnold, and then Alex Melendrez.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to urge you to please support this project, pass it. We have a tremendous housing crisis today, and we have a big problem that this project addresses in that it provides somewhere for people that are getting out of their rentals into something they might own. These don't come up. This is a new thing that we need. To give you an idea, I live in a rental. I work, the first $110,000 that we make every year goes to paying the rent. We don't pay $110,000 in rent, but we pay our rent with after-tax money. That money goes off next week to my landlord. Why does it go off next week and not the first of the month? Because my landlord lives far, far away. She inherited the house, and she pays $2,000 a year in property tax. If I have one kid, I'm a drain on the system. If I get into one of these projects, I'm paying property tax and I'm contributing back to the system. This project contributes back to the system. For example, the carpenters agreement. These people will be carpenters on this project. In residential construction, the carpenters chief economist put out a recent study. Residential carpenters, residential contractors make 33% less than commercial. In the 1970s and 1980s, they made the same. We've had a complete degradation of that labor supply, and that helps drive up housing costs. This project sets a great example by getting good quality people back into residential construction, making a livable wage. Also, this project has a great core that is taller than the perimeter. However, those homes, while they are 2 stories, they're comparable to what the neighbors would have should they remodel and put a second floor on their homes. It's not a big deal. The planning commission, what went on in that planning commission with frosted glass or white stained glass or whatever you want to call, is crazy. We shouldn't be engaging in architecture by committee. We should have faith in good architects and good design that things will work out and people aren't going to be sitting there looking into someone's backyard. Finally, there's a culture of being scared of the other today, of people being scared that people are going to sit up in their rooms like an Alfred Hitchcock movie and look out their back window and spy on them. It's incumbent upon you as leaders to say, we can work through this and we can grow into a better community and not to be scared of a second floor rear window. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Next speaker is Allison Arnold, followed by Alex Melendrez, then Victoria Lamb.
Hi there, members of the council. My name is Allison Arnold. I'm with the project sponsor. I wanted to comment today to turn your attention to several letters of support today that you have in your packets. One from the Northern California Carpenters, one from the Housing Leadership Council, the San Mateo Area Chamber of Commerce, Commute.org, and SamCEDA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alex Melendrez, thank you, and Victoria Lamb, followed by Janice Lee.
Good evening, Mayor Pappen, esteemed City Council, and City staff. My name is Alex Melendrez, and I'm actually here representing the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We are a nonprofit that works with communities and their leaders to create and preserve quality, affordable homes, and we're actually located here in the great city of San Mateo. We want to thank the staff for that thorough report. On January 2nd, 2019, we submitted to you, the City Council, an official letter of endorsement of the Water Park Drive proposal, which would add 190 homes to the city of San Mateo. This proposal includes 19 for-ownership homes at affordable rates, and according to staff, which you guys have heard multiple times tonight, would reduce the overall traffic. We, the Housing Leadership Council, are here tonight to show our commitment to this proposal and the benefits that it would bring to the community. I'm 25 years old. I live with my parents. My sister's 36 years old, and she's a single mother who also lives with our parents. We live with our parents because we can't afford to live anywhere else here in the peninsula. Last year, a San Mateo police officer who grew up here in the peninsula was critically injured on a long commute back home. He was on his way home back to the East Bay. These stories are not uncommon among our neighbors and public servants here in the peninsula and in San Mateo. Your leadership in supporting this proposal is a step in the right direction to provide much-needed stock to the city, reducing traffic congestion, as well as providing dignity, security, and privacy to individuals and families in our community. We appreciate the council's leadership in moving this proposal forward without delay. It's going to be a long night, so I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Victoria Lamb, followed by Janice Lee, and then Judy Gray.
Hi, this is Victoria Lamb. Good evening, all. I just want to say that I think we need more housing in City of San Mateo, also County of San Mateo. I support it because I think we actually need more housing in the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Janice Lee, followed by Judy Gray, and then Chun Foon.
Hi, my name is Janice Lee. I am the chairwoman of the Chinese Real Estate Association of America. We see firsthand the lack of affordable housing, and I think it's very important to, especially with a lot of condos, you're going to have some affordable housing, and there's just a huge shortage of homes for sale, especially for first-time homebuyers, and I support this project.
Thank you. Next speaker is Judy Gray, followed by Chun Poon, and then Tina Wong.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Judy Gray, and I grew up in the house. I'm not very comfortable with this, by the way. I grew up in the house that's directly across the street from Office Waters, which is at the northeast corner of Bud Court at the so basically on the Bud Court side, directly opposite. I'm actually old enough to remember the junkyard and the rodents that occupied the land prior to the current office complex. And I'm also old enough to witness the increase in traffic, the increase in accidents. Two separate occasions, my family members were affected by that. And also, we've replaced at least 2 picket fences over the years. So it's a challenge trying to back out of our driveway, especially when there's cars parked on either side of the drive. There's enough space for 1 or 2 on one side of the drive, and then into the neighbors at 2131. So it's making it very difficult now, and I worry about the future as well, especially since there's Bud Court is offset from Office Waters, and that makes it even more difficult. I'm here tonight to express my concerns about the project, and if it is approved, to make some suggestions. As stated, I'm worried about the traffic, the speeding, the accidents, and the lack of calming, traffic calming efforts, and traffic violation enforcement in the area. Safety for the pedestrians, the children, the autos backing out of their driveways are utmost concerns for me. I haven't heard anything tonight about a possible traffic light, a stop sign, some sort of slowdown at that intersection so that cars can move safely from Day Avenue to Highway 92. I would like to see some talk about that. And I'd also like to make a suggestion that if we are going to proceed with this project, that we consider some parking restrictions for folks that would be in the project and make it free permit for the current residents and owners. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Chen Poon, followed by Tina Wong, and then Kari Lusardi. I don't see anyone coming forward, so we're going to go with Tina Wong, followed by Kari Lusardi, and then Jordan Grimes.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I'm all for supporting to approve the project, but with the condition of working out with the homeowners, providing privacy and also the community safety on the street. So I am all for the building more affordable housing, and we need a lot of housing, whether it's affordable or market rate. Because whether this is approved or not, SB 50 is coming up. So this is going to be Scott Wiener coming up with that SB 50. You're going to need to approve it anyway. So thank you.
Next speaker is Kari Lusardi, followed by Jordan Grimes, and then Thomas Heiser.
Mayor and Council, I'm nervous, so give me a second. My name is Carrie Lusardi. My husband and I live on Claudia Avenue in San Mateo. We sent you all an email earlier today regarding this project. I hope you will read it and consider our concerns. Briefly, I would like to mention a couple of items from our email. First of all, the most popular one, traffic. Strata has stated that by building this project, traffic will be reduced by 50%. I believe this was intentionally misleading. I am glad that the Hexagon representative tonight admitted today that this will be impacted in my direction of commute. My husband did the math using the numbers that Hexagon provided. Our morning commute will increase by 195%. That's twice as bad every morning. Our evening commute will increase by 259%. That's 3 times as bad every evening just to get home. You can see the exact math in my email I sent you. Remember, the number of trips comes directly from the Hexagon traffic study. I am sure the trips generated by a fully developed and populated office park would be higher overall. But as mentioned by Hexagon, this would be in the reverse commute of my neighbors and myself, which would have much less impact in our neighborhood. The use of non-relevant assumptions for the calculations and the marketing of a 50% reduction is clearly a way to mislead the Planning Commission, the residents, and you, the City Council members. Also, if a technology park was maintained or a new one was built, jobs would be created and expanded in San Mateo. More jobs in San Mateo would give San Mateo residents an opportunity to work where we live, further reducing commute traffic in the direction that matters to us and my neighbors. On a personal note, as someone who sits on either Fashion Island Boulevard or Hillsdale to get home every day, adding even one more car to the commute in my direction will make getting home even worse. And I don't even have kids to get home to yet. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the request for rezoning and the development special use permit request on setbacks. The project is requesting not only a conversion of the land to R3, but a further setback encroachment on R3 zoning. As the R3 setback standards would put the new homes close enough to our neighbors' backyards, creating a privacy concern, which we've heard multiple times about tonight. The request for a smaller setback directly affects that privacy. If the space must be developed as a housing development, not a business park, why can't we zone them R1, just like the rest of the neighborhood around, instead of R3? Maybe creating a little bit more space and kind of match the neighborhood. I'm happy to have the rest of that park in the middle and over on the north side as R3 for multi-housing. And I just want to say thank you for listening to me and my neighbors tonight and our concerns regarding this project. And I really hope you do read my email. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jordan Grimes, followed by Thomas Heiser, and then Patricia Owens de Gomes.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a lifelong 19th Avenue Park resident, and as probably isn't a surprise to most of you, I'm here in strong support of the Waters Park project. As most here know, our city and region are in the throes of a dire housing crisis, largely due to decades of underbuilding and growing our jobs and tax base far more quickly than we've added to our housing stock. For those unaware, San Mateo County added 79,000 jobs between 2010 and 2016 and just 3,844 units of housing. Our city, while certainly not the worst offender, does have a role to play in this. The Waters Park project before you reverses that trend and helps combat the imbalance by eliminating 100,000 square feet of office space and adding nearly 200 units of new housing, including 20 below market rate units built with prevailing wages and by skilled craftsmen via union labor. Additionally, this project is far from the massive development that was claimed at the last Planning Commission meeting. The project is 2 to 4 stories at most, which is well within the guidelines established by Measure P, which currently governs our land use citywide. Additionally, all the units are for sale, and as the project is mostly comprised of town and row houses, these units will be considerably more affordable than the average single-family home in San Mateo, the median value of which is currently $1.42 million. So just to recap, these are badly needed housing units. They're in the right place at the right time, and I support the project, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Next speaker is Thomas Heiser, followed by Patricia Owens-Gomes, and then Julie M. Polanco.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Thomas Heiser. I live not directly across the street, but I live sort of in this section of San Mateo that's bounded by Hillsdale and Fashion Island Boulevard. And as everyone has made clear, commuting into that section from places west is really rough in the evening because of basically there's really only a couple of access points into there. It's either Hillsdale or it's Fashion Island Boulevard. All that said, I'm strongly in favor of this project. Quite a few times recently over the last few weeks, I'll go out in the evening and I'll stand at the corner of Day Avenue in Norfolk, and from there you can look north and you can see where this entrance to Waters Park Drive is. You can see there's a stop sign right in front of you. There's the entrance to Waters Park Drive, and you can see the 92 East overpass. And I sit there and I look, and there might be a few cars queued to go through the stop sign at Day in Norfolk, and there's not really any traffic coming or going from this office park. But then you see all of the cars that are stopped on 92, and I just think to myself that if this project goes in, this will be however many people who are able to get home to their families that much quicker, be able to see their families. They won't be driving. Maybe they can go see a soccer practice or a Little League game that they might otherwise be missing. Like what Jordan said, San Mateo County has had a tremendous imbalance between the number of jobs added and the number of houses added, and this helps reduce that in some small part. There are a lot of really nice things that this developer has done. They've included the affordable housing units. They've included the sustainability measures. They're adding this dog park, which I think just about lines up with the proscribed ratio of park space to residents that's put forth in the general plan. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think we're pretty close. I remember Councilmember Bonilla brought that up at one of the subcommittee meetings for the general plan update. So I was kind of keeping an eye on that. They also have the $250,000 that are provided to try to improve the Fashion Island Boulevard and Norfolk intersection, because that is such a problem. Just anecdotally, I've noticed that the problem there is not cars turning right to go onto Norfolk, which will be the traffic that will be coming into this development. Those cars that have trouble getting out of Norfolk turning right are lined up behind the cars that are queuing up to go straight into Foster City on Fashion Island, or turning left to go north onto Norfolk. So just, I think anecdotally, more cars turning right there will perhaps lessen some of that traffic impact. I just also hope that perhaps, as necessary with the general plan update that's going on, that there will be some work with Public Works to try to figure out basically ways to get people out of their cars into other modes of transportation. One of the real problems living in this section of San Mateo is that it is cut off from the rest of San Mateo by 101, and to get to places west of 101, the intersections of Hillsdale and Norfolk and Fashion Island Boulevard and Norfolk, it's very clear that you are supposed to drive through those intersections. There's not really much in the way of pedestrian or bike amenities, and I hope that those conditions can perhaps be improved separate from the approval of this project. Thank you for your time.
Patricia Owens-Gomes, followed by Julie Polanco, and then Jacob Adian.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I live on Marina Court in the Lakeshore Recreation Center area, and my concern this evening is about the possible modifications that can be done to 19th Avenue and Fashion Island Boulevard. As many of us know, that area is a bottleneck from South Grant all the way over to the bridge that crosses over the Marina Lagoon because of the lane reductions and expansions through the area. And so with the proposed donation from the developer of $250,000, my questions are two-part. One, under the conditions of approval, item number 51, which reads, if these improvements do not commence within 2 years, the Public Works Department will report back to the City Council with an update on the utilization of these funds. My first question is, why will it take 2 years to report on these improvements? And two, is there a guarantee that the funds will continue to be reserved for these improvements if the funds are not used within the 2 years? So I just want to ask those two questions because that bottleneck in that area isn't just confined to 19th and Norfolk. It's that whole region from South Grant to over the bridge, as I said. And that would be really a very valued improvement to this project if it were to go through. So please hold that close to you as you go forward with your consideration. Thank you.
Next speaker is Julie Polanco, followed by Jacob Adian, and then Stephen Kish.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members of San Mateo. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Julio Polanco, and I am a member of Local 217 and a 2-year resident of San Mateo. I'm here to speak in favor of the water park project for the benefit it brings to the surrounding community through housing and union job creation. If the water park project passes, it would allow my brothers and sister the opportunity to continue our career here in a city we call home. I'm in full support of the water park project and urge you to consider the positive benefit it brings to our community. Thank you. Good night.
Next speaker is Jacob Adiane, followed by Stephen Kish, and then Vincent Fobbs.
Jacob Adiardi, lead field representative for the Carpenters Union. Mayor, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Again, Jacob Adiardi, lead field representative for the Carpenters Union, representing approximately 38,000 men and women here in Northern California, many of whom live within the city and county of San Mateo. We're here to speak in support of smart and thoughtful development right here in the city of San Mateo called Water Technology Park. Staff, as well as the developer, have done an exceptional job designing a well-thought-out project which achieves two of San Mateo's most pressing policy goals: build more housing and reduce traffic. Waters Park replaces an old office park with a much-needed 190 residential homes while reducing peak traffic relative to its existing office use. These 190 residential units will bring together a diverse range of new homeowners, new and growing families, first-time home buyers, seniors, and lower-income families. Containing 2.3 acres of publicly accessible open spaces, transit-oriented development is sure to activate the new community and enhance the surrounding area. In response to the neighborhood feedback, further steps have been taken by the developer, committing $250,000, as you heard tonight, to improve the intersection of 19th Avenue and Norfolk. And in respects of the most recent meetings and the community's privacy, they've made the necessary changes to this development to reflect what they've been told. In addition to dedicating 10% of the new homes at 80% AMI, it presents itself as a rare opportunity to own affordable housing right here in the city of San Mateo. As far as labor, Strata remains and continues to be a strong partner with the Carpenters Union, not only on this specific development, council-wide within Northern California on all projects. Creating head of household jobs that provide healthcare benefits for the whole family, a career pathway for new apprentices, that's including men, women, minorities, and veterans to start a career in construction. A career in construction right here in the city of San Mateo that allow individuals to live, work in an area they call home. The Carpenters Union fully supports the Waters Park development and urge you to approve it tonight. Let an organized, efficient, and ethical organization like Strata, who honors its commitments to labor and community, build the housing we need. Thank you.
Next speaker is Stephen Kish, followed by Vincent Fobbs, and then James Yu.
Hello, good evening. My concern is basically like a lot of the others is the traffic. I live on Washington Street, which is not too close to this project, and getting home is it's a nightmare. I've tried every different way you could try, basically when the traffic's backed up all the way to Popular, I know that it's going to take me 45 minutes to get home. It takes me 15 minutes from off-ramp to on-ramp to off-ramp to get to my job in San Francisco, but 45 minutes from Popular to my house in San Mateo, just to get on the other side of the freeway. And if I see it like that, then, and my friend here laughs at me because I go all the way to Hillsdale, go up to the police station, make a U-turn, and then get on the freeway and go back the other way to get off of Kehoe, just to get home on time. I called my neighbor on a different matter, tell her I was coming here, and her first word was traffic. The traffic is just, it's out of hand. When I was a kid, I remember 92, before they raised 92. And that was a 2-lane road. Both of them bridges there, were 2 lanes. And, I'd like to make a suggestion that, when they raised the freeway, they put that big island in the middle. They need to take away that island, open them lanes up, and all the way up to the YMCA, because it's getting worse, and we don't even have this project yet. So when we do have this project, and then I think they might have made a mistake on the numbers when they did the study, because that building is maybe being used a quarter of the building. The rest of it's not being used. That building was used a lot more before. So it's barely being used, so there is not a lot of traffic, going in and out of there. So once they build all these homes, there's going to be a lot of traffic. So we need to try to figure out a way to make it better. We need your help to, improve it somehow. I don't know how, but, couple lanes, they're talking about the lights, whatever you can do will help. Thank you.
Thank you. Vincent Fobbs is next, followed by James Yu, and then Rick Sakuda.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Vincent Fobbs, and I live at 1383 Adrian Avenue, right behind the proposed site. I just want to use him real quick to show you. I don't know if you watched the video of the Planning Commission meeting. So you seen it? You seen the measurement? 15 feet. 11. 15 feet. That's the back door to the new proposal. This is to my fence line. That's the backyard. That's the difference. So all we're asking the developer, I'm good, thanks, is to grade the property to our existing level, so there is no retaining wall, the fence is flat, and put a 10-foot fence. He agreed to it. Now they want to go down to maybe 6 inches to a foot. If there's no lip from one side to the other, they never have to worry about a house sliding into somebody else's house. The city's giving out special permits to the developer. Can we get a special permit for a fence? The Planning Commission says there's existing codes for existing heights on the fences, but I think they're changing zoning codes and different issues for the developer. We're just asking for a little bit more of our privacy. 9 times out of 10, you guys are going to do what you want to do. You're probably going to go ahead and approve it. From one side to the other, they never have to worry about how sliding into somebody else's house. Everybody says we need housing. It's me personally. The city's giving out special permits to the developer. It's a myth. Just because you've got 74,000 jobs in San Mateo County, that doesn't mean everybody who works at these jobs lives in San Mateo County. Zoning codes and different issues. Our parents commuted for 30 years until they retired from the city of San Francisco, from Foster City. That's what you do. That's part of life. I commute every day. I don't work in San Mateo. but it is what it is. I saved and saved from my 17th birthday till I was 27 and able to afford a house where I wanted to live. That's what me and my wife did so we can raise our family here. And this stuff gets me real emotional because I just see and hear from the Planning Commission, and I'm sure you guys heard and seen me before, that to me, it's a con game. It's just a big con game that they keep feeding everybody, and I don't fall for it, and that's just the way I was raised, and thank you for listening to me tonight. But if you can, please put those stipulations in with the grading, the fence, and the protection of our properties if you decide to pass this issue tonight. Thank you.
Excuse me, next speaker is James Yu, followed by Rick Sakuda.
Good evening, City Council and the Mayor. I came here today mainly to oppose item 11, to oppose the tenant relocation ordinance. But I'd like to extend my support.
I don't think
for
that's
this
the right
new
item.
housing development.
Sir, wait, hold on. I think, are you speaking about item number 10?
10, yeah. I just get into it.
Oh, I thought you said.
Yeah. So I came here, main purpose is to oppose
so
that.
sorry.
But then now I want to support item 10.
Don't worry, they stopped the clock. Go ahead, pardon me.
Because I think a new housing development is the most effective way to resolve our housing shortage, not the other way. That's my idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. My apologies.
Next speaker is Rick Sakuda.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rick Sakuda. I live at 2101 South Norfolk, and this is right across the street from the proposed development. About 2 years ago, Larry Patterson asked Rich Hedges and myself to kind of take a look at this project and vet it and make sure that it was compatible with our group on the Marina Lagoon. And so we've been following this for about 2 years. I've been to 4 community meetings, the Planning Commission, and I'm here tonight. I've looked at it pretty carefully. I'm convinced the traffic studies done by the city and the developer are proper. They make sense. And I think as been mentioned, the building is about 1/3 occupied right now. So there's not a lot of traffic. My concern is if this project doesn't go through, what would happen when they lease that building out to 100%? And that's going to create certainly more of a problem than having residential units there. The traffic on Norfolk is not bad at all. The problem is 19th Avenue, which has been alluded to by several people. And that's the big problem that people are upset about is 19th Avenue, not Norfolk. Traffic flows really fast on Norfolk. It's dangerous. So as we were talking about the $250,000 that was pledged, that should go into relieving that, not 19th Avenue in Norfolk, but that entire 19th Avenue corridor. I think the residents have brought up a lot of concerns about the construction. So I think the building department is well qualified to manage that in Public Works. Our concern on the lagoon is the stormwater runoff, which we will be monitoring ourselves. But I think the city's stormwater management is very effective right now, so we're convinced that that will be a good workable plan. And I like the inclusion, the amenities offered to the community, as well as the affordable housing. And I'm hoping that some of that affordable housing could go to or be earmarked for city workers. So in talking to the people around the Marina Lagoon, I found one person that was opposed to it. Everybody else is in support of it or somewhat ambivalent because it's not a problem right now. There's not a huge concern. I think that's why you don't have a lot of people coming up and saying, hey, I really don't care if it goes in or not. But there's certainly, I haven't run up against any objection other than one person that I spoke with. So we're in support of this project, and we hope that you all approve it tonight. Thank you.
And the last speaker I have is Joyce Liu. Oh. I apologize. We're done with the speakers.
Okay. Anybody? Last call? Last call. Okay, we'll close the public comment. And let's see, are there further questions from the council at all?
Just maybe
after public comment.
Follow up on some of the comments that were brought up by some of the speakers.
Okay.
So,
are you ready to go, or you want me to call on somebody else?
yeah, you can. I'm trying to find.
Can I ask one?
My notes.
Sure.
The fence. Can we give a variance for a 10-foot fence?
What can we do?
So currently, the zoning code allows a 6-foot solid fence, and then you can go up to 8 feet with as long as anything above 6 feet is open, such as lattice. Anything beyond that would require a fence exception, which is not included in today's approval, but that would be a separate approval by the zoning administrator.
But we couldn't approve that?
Be a separate approval, what? I didn't hear the last part.
Zoning administrator.
Oh, zoning administrator. Don't you need agreement by both parties and you can do it?
Yes, you have to have from both sides.
Sorry.
So there's a provision in the zoning code we're looking at before that provides for exceptions to the height limits, but there are standards and findings that have to be made in order to support that. So it's just not like we like it, we're going to do it. You got to make findings that the fence or wall height are in scale and harmonious with the character of the neighborhood. Granting of the exception will not be materially detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. Granting the exception will not adversely affect or be inconsistent with the general plan. So those are the types of considerations that the zoning administrator would look at in responding to an application for a higher fence.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
I think so. So is there a way... Is there a way of approving this that would encourage the zoning administrator to make those findings?
Actually, so that request would have to go through that process, right? And the zoning administrator would look at the evidence presented and make the determination. Need to be careful about that because although the folks who are in the room tonight might be in favor of that, there might be folks who are not in the room who would be opposed, and they would have the opportunity to challenge and say, hey, this was wasn't a legitimate, thoughtfully considered application. So.
That process could go forward in spite of everything we're doing here.
Correct. So you would not be approving a 10-foot fence tonight. You'd be approving what was the application asked for. Then if they wanted to later, they could ask for that.
Okay.
And just to add to that, if applying for a fence exception, you would have to get neighbor consent. And we've heard from some neighbors, but not all neighbors, and having a staggered-looking fence in the backyards might also not be harmonious with the neighborhood. So there are some considerations we'd have to make in making those findings, and I'm not sure at this point, depending on what the entire neighborhood would say, whether we could make them.
I also want to add that, again, the fence is measured from the higher grade, so whatever grade they end up using, we'll have to take that into account as well.
So just on that, if the grade stays at about 2 feet difference, and they were to put a 6-foot fence with a 2-foot lattice, which is permitted by code, then it would be about a 10-foot fence from the neighbor's side because of the grade change. I know that we're trying to alleviate that concern, so it could be anywhere between 7 to 9 feet as currently allowed by the municipal code.
So, yeah, one of them had to do with the fences, but in relation to that, one of the speakers brought up the grading and protecting properties and talked about home sliding. Are there any concerns that any of that could take place?
There is a condition of approval and standard building code practice that the applicant will need to submit a soil study and a geotechnical report prior to the permit being issued. So our building plan checkers will be reviewing all of that with the grading permit and the drainage permit. There's going to be a lot of analysis that goes into that prior to anything being issued.
Okay. And then there was another speaker who talked about the traffic flow on Norfolk, and was there any consideration given to any kind of a traffic signal coming in and out of that neighborhood? I guess it was between Day and 92 or Fashion Island Boulevard.
Typically, traffic signals require warrants, and I'm going to let Gary touch on that to see what analysis was done, whether that intersection warranted a signal or not.
Okay.
Gary Black again with Hexagon. We did analyze that intersection. It was the entrance intersection to the site, and know that intersection does not warrant a signal and wouldn't warrant a signal with this project. And we actually analyzed the intersection for other types of controls to see if there's any other controls that would be appropriate there. And we found that it's best to leave it the way it is.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
I think this is for the city attorney, Sean Mason again. Other projects we've approved with a condition that if the adjoining neighborhood forms a residential parking permit program, that one of the conditions of approval would be that the project could not be a part of that RPPP. Is that something we could do here too?
I would request that you ask the applicant if they would accept that condition, and if not, to explain why they wouldn't, and then we could go from there.
Okay.
I just had a couple more things that I heard the public talk about. One is, I know that the applicant has said that they'd be willing to take down the grade even further than, and I know one of the speakers asked if it would be possible to take it all the way so it's even and maybe make the grade transition somewhere else on the project. Was that looked into at all, and is that even possible? This is a question for the applicant.
We did look at it. We've spent quite a bit of time since this issue was raised by the neighbors, and without getting into too much technical detail, it wasn't an easy bit of work to even get it down to that 6 to 12 inch range. The reason it's 6 to 12, I think, as Mayor Pappen noted, there's some variation along the grades along the site. So that's the lowest that we can get and still have the water flow the directions that the water needs to flow. There are a lot of other technical requirements, but we do think it's a very significant improvement over what we were previously proposing, and we are prepared to move forward with that. And even though I know it wasn't a question, we would be fine with the request about not having a neighborhood parking pass apply to our new neighborhood. We have, in our opinion, more than enough parking for both our residents and their guests.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I had one other question I heard from the public, and that's regarding the $250,000 funds. Would those funds be earmarked for this project, even if there is a 2-year wait or anything like that? Does it stick with this project, or is there a possibility that it be spent somewhere else?
The $250,000 is for this project specifically, and we are waiting the study results for the 19th Avenue Fashion Island study corridor study. The reason for the 2 years is if there's a dump in the economy and the project doesn't go through, then we would have reasonings for postponing it. But ultimately, we are planning on doing improvements, certainly within the 2 years. And if not, we would come back to you and give explanation as to why.
When does the money due?
It's due at the time prior to building permit applications.
And that's all the questions I had. Thanks.
That was your next question. Okay. Any questions, Rick? Okay. I don't have any more questions. You answered, Mike. I thought we could get it flat, but it is that you still got to deal with this idea of runoff. I think we've heard from the homeowners what's important to them, and that is as low as you can get it. 8/10-foot fence that is, what's the word? Cohesive with the neighborhood.
Harmonious.
Harmonious, that's the word, thank you, that I was looking for. Those are some of the privacy things that I think I've heard a lot with. I met with the neighbors, I visited the site, I've looked at the project. I spent 3.85 hours this weekend listening to the Planning Commission hearing. So I'm in deep. All right, what's next? I guess we'll take comments and unless you have any more questions, I think it's time for council comment. Who's up?
I'm ready.
Okay, Joe, go.
So when people talk about having a jobs housing imbalance and that contributes to the traffic, several speakers mentioned the thousands upon thousands of new jobs in San Mateo County that have been added to our region since we were all small children when we remember 92 when it was a 2-lane road. And our region has changed, and that's something that we have to recognize. There are two important metrics with traffic. One is the number of trips, and I know we've talked a lot about trips, but the other metric is the vehicle miles traveled. You have to pay attention to how far people are going. And one of the speakers mentioned that we had a police officer who was critically injured because his number of vehicle miles traveled was not just one county over or 2 counties over. He was going 3 counties over. He had a 3-hour commute. And that's what more and more people who work in this county have to deal with. So many people can't afford a home, or they're doubling up or tripling up in a single family home, and they can't move out of their parents' homes. That's what we have when we're talking about a jobs housing imbalance. And so adding homes for people where they're going to live, where they're going to have a shorter commute, means quality of life for all of us as residents. And I know that's hard for us to deal with because many of us remember growing up in a different time when San Mateo was a different place. And this is the reality that we have to face today. And in facing that reality, it puts us in a hard position where we need to create more homes so that more people can live closer to where they work. When I look at this project and I think, how do I reduce the impact on residents, I put myself in Mr. Fobbs' shoes, Mr. Vincent Fobbs, who spoke so eloquently about how the project is going to affect him. I had a project just like this 10 years ago when my wife and I bought our first home, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and right next door to us was an R4 project. It was a single-family home, but it was zoned R4. And they came in, they knocked it down, and they put up 3-story homes, just as close as Mr. Fobbs measured right there. 3-story homes, all with underground parking in an underground garage, so there was even more settling in my home. And all of those things impacted us. And you know what? We survived it. We didn't like it. We didn't think it was a great idea. It was going to affect our privacy. It was going to affect, we thought it was going to block the sun, and people were going to be blocking parking on our street and all kinds of stuff. So this affected me and my family, and I know exactly what it feels like to have this project coming in to get approved. And I think that some of the things that have been done already, some of the things that have been mentioned are good ideas to mitigate the impact on the neighbors like Mr. Fobbs. So there's no underground parking garage. It's not going to be a deep project where they're digging. But they are willing to do all of the settling studies, and I think that should be done, because if there's any cracks that are caused by the project next door, you should be compensated for that. The height has been limited to a degree that I think is appropriate for the homes that are right next to the neighborhood. The windows privacy, I appreciate the efforts that have been made on that. I think that the windows should be placed in a different area so that you're not looking straight into the homes that are already there. I'd like to see the fence variance pursued. I think that the developer is open to it, the neighborhood is open to it. It seems like something that should work. I would support that and encourage residents to look at that. Certainly, I think we as a council would support that, since both sides seem to agree. And lastly, with the parking conditions of approval, the developer is open to a condition that would say that if the neighborhood forms a residential parking permit program, the development could not be part of that, so those cars would not be parking on your block. It's not everything that you want, but it's not nothing, and I really do hope that we can reduce the impact to your neighborhood. I think you have a beautiful neighborhood. Obviously, we love San Mateo. We're trying to represent you the best we can. Those are my comments.
You okay with the additional cameraing the lines? They wanted to add another condition for approval to camera the lines, the sewer line.
Yes.
Okay. You want to go now?
Yep.
Okay. Go.
All right. I mean, as all the speakers, or a lot of the speakers mentioned, and I agree with, our community has a severe need of housing right now. And this project takes a very underutilized and rundown area of San Mateo and transforms it into 190 new units. It really activates the space. And it's going to provide a great mix of homes. It's going to be able to provide a great mix of homes that families can move into. There's a number of things I really appreciate about this project. I appreciate the transitions that are made between the multifamily homes in the center to the surrounding neighborhood. I appreciate the applicant voluntarily contributing the $250,000 to mitigate traffic and intersection improvements. I appreciate the 10% affordable homes. I appreciate the sustainability measures. I appreciate that the Strata has chosen to use union labor on this project. And if I look at it as a whole, I think that this is how developers are supposed to bring projects to our city and partner with our city and work with our community. I mean, meeting with the neighborhood around 9 times. They have worked in good faith to address all these concerns. And of course, they cannot mitigate all of them, but I think they've done a very good job of trying to. The only thing that wouldn't mitigate all of them would probably be not doing this project. And overall, they've gone above and beyond what was required of them. And for all these reasons, I'm going to support this project. And by the way, I just want to go back because I heard a little bit of murmurings. When I meant run-down area, I don't mean the neighborhood in the area. What I mean is the office parks that were built in the 70s and need to be changed into a better use. And so that's what I was talking about. I'm definitely for the fence variance and the laterals. I mean the
Camera on the line?
Camera on the line.
Well, let's go Rick and then we'll go
Okay,
first.
thank you. First, I want to say that I believe this project will reduce the overall traffic from this site. I have seen a lot of traffic studies in my area, and looking at what I see, the size of that office park and the number of trips that maybe are not coming and going right now, but they could be. And any other use, I think, would probably bring more traffic than what this project will be bringing. So I think that, I believe these numbers, and I think it's going to be a benefit to the community. And also, there's a lot of merit to what Joe said about vehicle miles traveled. And it's because we need to cut and reduce carbon emissions. The state of California has strict regulations on us now. We have strict goals. I'm a member of the board of Peninsula Clean Energy. We're working really hard in this county to reduce climate emissions. As long as we keep all those cars sitting around on that bridge and on those freeways, we're going to have a huge problem. We already have fires, floods, droughts, sea level rise. We need to start taking a big bite out of these things. And developments like this are one good step toward that. We need the single family for sale housing and the multifamily for sale housing. These are family size units. We need this kind of product, and they're for sale. A lot of people need something they can buy, they can have some stability, because renting can be tough around here. So people need to be able to have that if they can afford it. I appreciate the 92 in Norfolk work that's being offered, and I really like that they offered to address, and they are going to address, the structural concerns of the neighbors, so your houses will be surveyed. If they do settle or crack, these things will be known because there will be an examination of this. And there's got 5-year post-construction insurance that's going to be required of each and every single contractor working on that project. I think it means they're protected. So, and this is not unusual. These things do get done all the time. I see this in San Francisco, where buildings are right up next to each other. It's what's called blind wall construction. They do take and check the levels, the cracks, everything. This is not rocket science. It can be done. I like that they're offering to work with the neighbors on the windows on the back side of the house. And I appreciate the fact that there have already been 5 neighborhood meetings and 4 planning commission meetings. I think this developer has worked really hard to try and hear and make sure that they're able to address everything that they possibly can address. They're going to have a lower grade at the back fence than what was shown in the illustration that we saw. That requires some significant grading work. They're going to have to put drainage there to protect neighboring properties. This is actually a good thing, a big step towards improving the privacy aspect. And the union labor, finally, lastly, I have to say, I live on my carpenter's union pension. It's very important. I had a good job. I had great benefits. I can still afford to live here in San Mateo because I bought my house in '91. Okay, but I gotta say, this is meaningful because these people who make these decent wages doing this work spend it here in our communities. It lifts our local economy by having these good wages spent here. And these are family people. Okay, the men and women of the Carpenters Union work hard. I know. You bleed, you sweat. It's a tough job. It's dirty, it's hot, but it's worthwhile because they get compensated good. And it's a benefit to all of us to have these people here. The sewer video, yes, I support that. So I think I will support this project. Please.
Okay. So I want to start off by just acknowledging and thanking all the neighbors who did share their thoughts with us. I know it's a little scary to see something new coming in, but I think this particular project really is going to end up being a real benefit for your neighborhood, and that it's not going to be as bad as you think. I mean, Joe was talking about a development that went up next to his home, and I think that was 3 or 4 stories looking directly into your backyard. So I appreciate that the developer has made an effort to provide for that privacy by putting single-family homes instead of putting tall buildings right adjacent to the neighborhood. And, you know, as far as the traffic, I mean, that's just one of the greatest challenges we're facing right now. It's a curse in many ways, but it also reflects our economy and that we're doing well. And, I mean, I know I live right off of Delaware. I deal with traffic every single day, and it's likely to get worse. But part of the reason, as one of the other council members alluded to, is that we just don't have enough housing here. When I first got on council in 2011, there was about 300,000 people a day coming into San Mateo County. I don't know what the statistic is now, but it's got to be close to double that, because we did not have the kind of traffic then that I've seen in the last 7 years. So I think it's because people, they want to work here, they have jobs here, they just can't afford to live here. And I love the fact that this development is providing opportunities for people to buy homes. So much of the development we see going up is rentals, but this is giving people an opportunity to really to have an opportunity to buy a home, and they're big units that are meant for families. So I think that's a real positive. I do believe, just based on what I saw with the Planning Commission meetings and the details I've read, that the developer really has made an effort to kind of meet and address many of the community concerns. When I look at what they've put together, I think they've created a really vibrant neighborhood. I like the fact that about 20% of the land is dedicated for public spaces. I appreciate the fact they've provided adequate parking. Many times developers come in and they're going with what the state gives them, and they don't provide. This one, I think, is providing ample parking, so I appreciate that. And I think that should put at ease concerns about parking going out into the neighborhoods. As far as using our local workforce, that's something that's very important to me. I like to see developers that are going to help our community to thrive. And by supporting our local workforce, they're doing that. And so that earns great points in where I'm concerned. I appreciate that they've contributed money for intersection improvements. I encourage our public works to get to work on whatever needs to happen to make that those improvements get done, because even before this project goes in, we could use some relief in that area. And I definitely would support looking at increasing the fence height if it meets with the approval of the neighbors and we can make those findings. I think that would be an additional benefit. And I also support doing the televised, what do we call it? TV. Camera lines. And yeah, so overall, I support this, and I thank the developer for working with the community and for bringing us a really wonderful new development and neighborhood.
Through the mayor, could I add one last thing?
Yes.
I just wanted to mention, because one of the speakers brought it up, for some people it's kind of a scarier world now. And it's been a nice place to live for a long time, because that office park would have people parked over there. The building was like 100 feet away. So all day long on the weekdays, it was kind of quiet out there in the parking lot. And on the weekends, nobody was around. But it was private property, and private land uses can change. It was not protected land. And the thing is, it is not, so that was kind of exceptional, really, in a built-out urban area, like suburban, whatever you want to call it, like this, okay? To have a neighbor on the other side of your back fence is normal. And I know when I was growing up, and in fact now, when I have new neighbors move in, I don't wait, for an opportunity to talk to them or avoid trying to talk to them. I walk down there and give them a little plant that I got at Trader Joe's or a box of cookies, and I say, hi, I'm your neighbor, right? I would encourage people to try to do that. I think all of our neighborhoods would benefit somewhat from that. Don't be afraid of your neighbors. If you find a reason to be afraid, that's different. But and the world is changing. But have a little faith. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know how I follow that. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the neighbors for spending the time with me. There are so many things that we take up where this chamber isn't filled, and I know it was something that affected you personally, but I'm honored to have had the chance to meet you, to hear your concerns, and that you participated, because it's really important to our city as a whole. And I hope that you continue to be participants. It meant a lot, and you were very concise about what your needs were. It wasn't everything under the sun. As you know, when I first met with you, I go, tell it to me straight. Do you not want this at all? And you were very straight about that. And then we moved on to the mitigation concerns. So I appreciate that you were concise and that you gave us some things that we could work with. So I do think this is a balanced approach as it relates to this idea of turning office space that was of a lower use. Land is such a commodity here, and if it wasn't being used to the degree that it could have been used, it did make sense to me that perhaps we could use it for housing. We do have that jobs housing imbalance, and totally concur on vehicle miles traveled. We hear about the super commuters all the time. So with that, I think my fellow council members have talked at length about a lot of the mitigation factors that came into play, including...
Before you make the motion, we have...
I'm not making a motion yet, but we'll get there. So I do appreciate the concessions that were made, because we really feel strongly that in order to make this work, the neighbors had to be listened to. And if they were providing very concrete things that we could do something about, by God, you really tried to do that. I know we ain't going to solve all the traffic problems. I get that. But we're doing the best we can with it, and we did the best we could with the privacy concerns. I do like the fact that there's going to be private payment for public parks. There's so little that private pays for, and I'm all about private paying more than their fair share. So while I'm on that note, the $250 to improve the traffic, to do some traffic calming is absolutely terrific. Third-party inspections of the homes to make sure that they're not impacted by the grading is terribly appealing. Let's see, what else? What were the other ones that I was really happy about? Obviously, the taller core, the 2 stories to the outside, shows a concerted effort. Moving trash is another one. So with that, I too am in favor, but I'm not ready to make a motion, because I'm all about adding the camera to the approved conditions. I think we can work together on the 10-foot fence. That should be the least of our worries, quite frankly, and mature trees.
So related to the camera,
Yes.
the Public Works Department did notify me that they want to make some slight modifications to the condition. The condition as written requires that the developer make any improvements to the existing line once it's TV'd, but they're willing to do the TV and then make any improvements if there's damage caused by their project. But the Public Works Department is okay with that modification, as long as the council would support it as well.
Got it. Any objections to the revised condition for approval that we're going to add to this? I think it sounds fair. Okay, so would somebody like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we adopt a resolution to approve the site plan and architectural review, plan development special use permit, site development planning application, vesting tentative map, general plan amendment, and zoning reclassification for a property located at 1, 2, and 3 Waters Park Drive for 190 new residential units and associated common area, and adopt the mitigated negative declaration as adequate to assess the environmental impacts of the project based on the findings for approval, as amended and subject to the conditions of approval as amended.
Okay, we got a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0.
And just for the purposes of a clear record, the amendments to the conditions would be the condition on the residential parking permit program and the sewer line video.
Sewer line,
Sewer
yes,
line, yeah.
that's right.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, with that, we'll go for a 10-minute break. See y'all at 10 o'clock. Okay, we're going to resume our meeting tonight, and we're going to take on the next item on the calendar, which is item 11. I think there are some people in this room interested in that item. So let's take it away, Ms. Civiletti. Excuse me.
Good evening, Mayor Pappen and Council. I'm Christine Civiletti, Code Enforcement Manager, and I will be introducing the ordinance property owners' obligations with respect to tenants displaced from unsafe or substandard units, also known as red tag. Before I do this, I wanted to let you know that we are aware that there's been some concern expressed about this ordinance, so I will start my presentation with some background on how we got here. And then after the presentation, myself and city attorney staff are here to answer any questions that you might have.
If you don't mind, if I could just ask you to speak up just a little bit.
Yes, sorry.
That microphone isn't particularly strong, so thank you.
I'm trying to figure out how to get my presentation up there for you guys. Thank you. So just to touch a little bit on the background, for those that aren't aware. On September 4th, 2018, at a study session, the City Council reviewed several potential rental housing policies. At that meeting, Council indicated support for an ordinance similar to the one adopted by the County of San Mateo that requires property owners to make relocation assistance payments to tenants who have been forced to be vacated from rental units due to substandard living conditions. I will further define substandard living conditions later in my presentation for you. On November 19th, at the request of Council, staff provided information comparing existing code and possible provisions to the San Mateo Municipal Code, as well as possible conflicts of the county's ordinance with state law. Some of those highlights were that in November of 2017, we amended the San Mateo Municipal Code to incorporate in the property maintenance section and adopt the California Health and Safety Code regulations for use of human habitation, including the section for tenant relocation assistance. Code enforcement has successfully used that adoption on 2 separate occasions. Council directed staff to draft an ordinance similar to the county's, and the county's ordinance contained, we let Council know that the county's ordinance at that time contained a provision of a single hearing officer that conflicts with a recent Court of Appeals decision finding that cities need to provide an appeals process that complies with the requirements of the California Building Code. On January 22nd, at a council study session was held for staff to receive direction from council on the following 4 areas which differ from the county ordinance. We requested direction on the displacement options, the appeals process, fund appropriation, and anti-retaliation issues. During that presentation, city attorney provided this chart providing information on what appeals process options were available to the council to choose. So based on the direction provided by council on January 22nd, we did make the changes to the county ordinance that are reflected in the ordinance as far as the replacement dwelling for temporary displacement is required to be comparable and closer than 10 miles at the tenant's election. We added a per diem allowance for additional expenses for food or transportation. We did highlight that the penalties are at least equivalent to the county's ordinance, and we added the appeals board process. So the title of the ordinance has been in question. And just to expand on, the red tag is not specific to tenant relocation and has various meanings. Red tag can occur under other circumstances such as fire or flood. So the title of the ordinance was changed from red tag to property owner obligations with respect to displaced tenants from unsafe or substandard units to better define this specific regulation. Ordinance applicability. When would we use this ordinance? What is it for? That's been a big question as well. This ordinance would be utilized whenever rental units are found to be unsafe or have substandard living conditions to an extent that it endangers the life, limb, health, property, safety, or welfare of the public or the occupants. The property owner is not taking the corrective action, and additionally, it must be determined that those conditions were not caused by the tenant. An example of some of those conditions as defined by the California Health and Safety Code are lack of sanitation, lack of hot and cold running water, lack of heat, hazardous electrical, and hazardous plumbing. Those are just a very few of the requirements based in this California Health and Safety Code. And to be very clear, this benefit is not provided when displacement is due to voluntary remodel or upgrades by property owners. It is only being used for substandard conditions. So the provisions that differ from the county ordinance are per council directions, the additional stipend for temporary relocation. So for non-comparable housing, an additional stipend for living cost equal to 50% of the GSA rate, not to exceed a total of $1,000. Staff believes that the 50% of the GSA rate would cover costs that may exceed what a tenant would incur on additional eating and travel expenses if they had not been displaced. By choosing to utilize the GSA rate, this amount would stay current with the average daily rate of the local area. We also differ from the county in that we have specifically designated $50,000 from a housing fund balance to make payments to displaced tenants in urgent situations. The property owner would always be informed of their requirement to pay these relocations before any funds would be paid by the city. And then we refer to the San Mateo Municipal Code for penalties that apply to all code violations. One of the questions came up that there were no penalties in this code. Our San Mateo Municipal Code is very consistent in that there is one location for all penalties that relate to that code, and they are all equally attributed to every violation of the code. We have defined the anti-retaliation policy, and we have drafted an appeals process based on the direction of council. I will let Caio Arellano describe the appeals process for you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Caio Arellano, Assistant City Attorney and Counsel to the Code Enforcement and Building Divisions. So there's been a lot of discussion and concerns raised about the proposed appeals process in the draft ordinance. And I'm here to walk the council through what we've proposed and, perhaps, set the stage for some further discussion if the proposed Building and Housing Appeals Board is something that the council maybe does not want to look at tonight. So, again, this was based on the direction from the meeting of January 22nd. And so to review, the threshold issue in the relocation assistance is that a property be declared substandard. And substandard is defined as some property that has conditions or in some way violates requirements set forth in the California Building Code or the state housing law. And as Christine cited a few of those examples, inadequate sanitation, structural hazards, electrical or plumbing issues, infestation of insects or vermin. Those are some examples of substandard conditions that could trigger code enforcement activity, and if the property owner does not remedy those conditions, they find themselves in the position of having to provide assistance to tenants who are displaced. So in making a determination that a property is substandard, state housing law, which is housed in the Health and Safety Code, and the California Building Code provide for an appeals process. Basically, we make a determination that a property has a substandard condition, property owner has a right of appeal. And so this is the excerpt from the California Building Code setting forth what that appeals process looks like. You have to have an appeals board, and there are some requirements around how that appeals board is structured and what the qualifications are for sitting on that board. And you have to provide an appeals process, and that's the excerpt there on the right. I don't expect you all to read that, but this is just for anyone out there who would like the statutory authority for where we're coming from this evening. And to revisit the matrix from last month's meeting. So the requirements set forth in the California Building Code are in the far left column, and some of the options available to the council are spelled out in the remaining columns. The Building and Housing Appeals Board was the direction provided by the council. That's not the only way you can go. The City Council can serve as the appeals board. The Community Relations Commission could serve as the appeals board. And in fact, it currently is the appeals body for all code enforcement matters. There is a slight problem, however, with using the Community Relations Commission, and it is this third requirement here, knowledge of the applicable technical codes. Currently, we do not require commissioners on the CRC to have that technical background. So for that reason, the CRC cannot serve as the building appeals board, or whatever it is you want to call this function, consistent with the consistent with the requirements of the building code. So in preparing tonight's ordinance, we drafted a newly established, or a separate board. We call it the Board of Building and Housing Appeals, because that's the language used in state law. And the proposed ordinance sets the Building and Housing Appeals Board as up to 5 members. It could be fewer, but up to 5, 4-year terms. And the jurisdiction for this purported Building and Housing Appeals Board is limited to appeals arising under the building and property maintenance codes, and necessarily appeals arising under the Displaced Tenant Assistance Ordinance. Sure. The jurisdiction for the proposed Building and Housing Appeals Board is limited to appeals of decisions that arise under our building code, which is Title 23 of the Municipal Code, and our property maintenance code, which is Chapter 7.14 of the Municipal Code. And to sort of provide a little bit of the landscape, there are other code enforcement issues that would still reside with the CRC. So, for example, our municipal code designates things like abandoned or inoperative vehicles as public nuisances, certain noise-based nuisances, loud parties, things like that. There is a whole host of other types of code enforcement violations that still reside with the CRC if they are appealed. We are simply taking appeals arising under building and property maintenance codes away from the CRC, putting them under this new Building and Housing Appeals Board.
Okay, so to add on to that, what you see in your packet is proposed amendments. These amendments, some of them are just line item amendments based on, as Caio said, the change in Title VII, which is the property maintenance code. It just specifically calls out the separate appeals board. The cleanup of Titles I and II, which adds the housing and building appeals board. And then 23, because 23 is where all of the building code related items live. So that's the reason for the length of the documents that you got. And again, as Caio stated, this particular technical board is required by the Building and Standards Code for the state of California, or it would have to defer to the City Council if that's what you choose to do. Then the last amendment that we've added is an amendment to Title 27, Section 2702180, which amends the existing relocation assistance for demolition in order to be consistent with the new ordinance. We did talk about this briefly in our staff report that we presented to you on the 22nd. At the study session. However, we didn't receive comments back from council on this. What we've done is we've changed the current ordinance, which requires the form of 3 times the existing rent, and we've modified it to be 3 times the HUD fair market rate in order to make it consistent with the rest of the code. This benefit is, again, not provided when displacement is due to voluntary remodel or upgrades by a property owner. And since this wasn't something that was discussed at this council session, we just presented it. If council does not agree with this recommendation, this amendment and section can be removed from the ordinance. And with that, we're happy to answer any of the questions you might have.
Thank you. Okay, questions?
So the CRC currently hears code enforcement. If either one of the options, either we formed an appeals board or we made it the city council, in either of those scenarios, is the CRC responsibility expanded in any way?
No, depending on the council's direction, the CRC's appeals jurisdiction actually becomes smaller. Any appeals arising, as I said, under building code issues or property maintenance code issues would no longer go to the CRC.
And that's something that we can do tonight, fairly simply, just make it the city council rather than a newly formed appeals board that doesn't exist right now?
That's correct.
It's defined very clearly in here, and I can't remember what unsafe and substandard relates to. You may have mentioned it earlier. It's defined fairly specifically.
Oh, yes, it's in the California Health and Safety Code, 17920.3.
Okay. And the damages, I'm calling them damages. That's not what we're calling it, relocation assistance. The payments that would be made to tenants is also specifically defined.
In the California Health and Safety Code, it's not as defined as it is here in your ordinance or in San Mateo's ordinance. It is defined as 2 times the fair market rate. That's what we adopted under the Property Maintenance Code. It leaves a lot of the civil remedies. It has mostly civil remedies available. It allows for the city, if they choose to pay the relocation benefits and become reimbursed. So it pretty much mirrors what we're presenting to you. We've just expanded on the definitions and the amounts of the relocation based on the direction that we were given.
Do we have to adopt the private cause of action in order for the city to be reimbursed if we made payments to residents who are relocated? Does that happen?
No, those provisions function independently. The city always has the option if a property owner is ordered to provide relocation assistance and does not. The city always has the option to advance that assistance and then seek compensation from the property owner. Separately, if someone wanted to take up a case and represent an aggrieved tenant or tenant household, someone could do that, and the private right of action provision provides for attorney's fees if they are successful, and furthermore, treble damages if they can establish that the property owner did so willfully, so rather than negligently.
And that would, somebody could do that independent of whether or whatever we may decide to do or not to do tonight, is that correct? That's completely aside from anything we're going to put in place tonight.
I'm referring to the private right of action provision in the proposed ordinance.
Right, but let's say a tenant decided they go on to get a lawyer and take a private right of action, pursue it themselves. They can do that, is that correct?
They could, however, they do not have the right of action a tenant would be seeking to enforce under our ordinance would be the obligation to provide relocation assistance. There are other rights that a tenant has.
Completely separate from what we're talking about tonight. They could do something else.
Yes.
But they,
So here's my question.
yeah.
So we could take out 7.50.120 subsection A and B. The private cause of action
Page
on
15. We're on page 15.
page 15. We could take that out, and it would still not limit the city's ability. First of all, wouldn't limit a tenant's ability to sue, wouldn't limit a tenant's ability to call the city or call code enforcement to have an inspection done. It wouldn't limit a third party's ability to call code enforcement and anonymously report that there's a code enforcement issue at a particular property. And if code enforcement received that and did an investigation and found there to be an issue, the city could then institute and pay the tenants and institute relocation and pay it ahead of time, and then the city could, on behalf of the tenant, recuperate the damages that were incurred. Is that all true, even if we took that section out?
That is true. If the council were to eliminate the private right of action provision, it would in no way limit the city's ability to enforce the ordinance.
Those are all the questions I have.
If I could just follow on that. So you really don't need the private right of action in there?
You don't need it. However, generally, when you have a private right of action provision in a regulatory regime, it serves somewhat of a deterrent effect in that it provides, here you see the treble damages provision and the attorney's fees provision. So if, for example, someone else other than the city wanted to take up the rights of an aggrieved tenant, that private party could do so, and essentially that threat of that lawsuit serves a deterrent effect.
So would the city be able to have attorney's fees if it didn't have a private right of action and it sued?
Yes, the city can always recover its attorney's fees in a code enforcement action.
I will tell you that because it was different than what was in the county ordinance and that some independent third party could come in and sue under private right of action was broader than I
believe this was in the county.
This provision was contained in the county's ordinance.
No, it isn't. That's, in the county one, it says that you must be a tenant. It says any tenant household that believes, whereas ours is any person. So that's that's someone strange to the dispute, as it were. So that's why but nonetheless, if it could be done and taken it out, that may be better still. But I just wanted to follow up on that line of questioning. Eric, please go ahead if you have questions.
So generally, this council received a lot of emails, and I had these questions myself about the differences in length of the county's ordinance with this ordinance. I saw that it's actually has twice as many words as ours, and also the difference in length between what we saw last month and this month. And I know that you've taken the time to explain that in an email to council, but I wanted you to, for the record, to try to explain that, because it's not straightforward, I think.
Certainly. So let's see. This slide sort of gets at it, but the current enforcement and appeals processes within our municipal code provide for appeals to be heard by the Community Relations Commission. And the Community Relations Commission is mentioned in a number of provisions. So, for example, in Chapter 7.14 under our Property Maintenance Code, under Chapter 7.16 for public nuisances, under Title 23, which contains our building code. Because of the difference between what the CRC is allowed to hear on appeals and what state law requires us to provide for folks who are appealing building and property maintenance code issues. What we've done is we've identified all of the areas in the municipal code that say appeals go to the CRC, and we've included a separate reference to the Building and Housing Appeals Board so that it will reflect the appropriate appeals jurisdiction for this body. So, for example, you have our administrative citations provision. You know, if you do not comply with a directive from code enforcement, they issue an administrative citation, you can appeal it. Depending on what that citation is for, it will go to either the CRC or this other board to be determined. And so a number of the proposed amendments to Chapter 7.14, Chapter 7.16, Title 23 simply insert a reference to the Building and Housing Appeals Board where there was previously only a reference to the CRC.
So that was a very, I think that's a very thorough explanation, but I remember Mr. Mason was on, Sean, when I was on the phone, you explained it in a little bit more concise way, and I was wondering if you could maybe, because I think that if I didn't talk with you before, I wouldn't have understood what you just said, and because I'm not an attorney.
So this is a municipal code. It's a 2-volume set, right?
Yep.
Contains 27 titles. And so this ordinance makes changes in several different places in that book. And so each place, even though it may be just a couple of words that are being changed, each place where that change takes place is reflected in the ordinance. So the whole section is in the ordinance, even though just a couple of words are being added. So that's why when we do the ordinance, it's changing what's going to appear in the municipal code.
So anytime the new ordinance that we're talking about touches anything in there, you need to go in and correct it a little bit.
Right, and so for context, the whole chapter or the whole section might be mentioned in there, even though we're only changing a couple of words.
And that is why the CRC's responsibilities aren't changed at all, except, and they're mentioned extensively in this new,
right.
Okay. When we're talking about the, you know, our mayor just talked about how like that one word difference kind of changes the nature of this ordinance, and I also had some concerns about the per diem that's charged, the per diem that how it was calculated, because when we, or at least I'll speak for myself, when I expressed support for that, it was more in line with, it made sense to me that if somebody is no longer getting a kitchen, we should help them out with additional funds for that food. But now I'm curious with this transportation added into it, especially since we are putting in a stipulation where this housing has to be very close to location to where this is. I'm wondering how that was calculated and why did we feel that it has to be that high? Because that seemed pretty high to me.
And also, if I might add, who determines whether or not it's comparable? Well, if you don't mind me dovetailing on that.
No,
okay.
I was going to say that.
Okay.
So normally, it would be determined by the code enforcement officer who's issuing the order, because they have knowledge of what they're going from and what they're going into. Of course, we also added the portion where the tenant can go ahead and accept something less if it's okay with them. As far as the rate, we did discuss internally amongst ourselves that it was just a food provision versus a travel provision, and so we went back and looked at the tape of the council meeting, and we came to the agreement that some council members were concerned about travel distance and gasoline used and food, so we tried to incorporate all of your concerns into one provision. And by choosing, like I said, the GSR rate, that's a standard rate that's given to all government employees when they go. It's a stipend. So the daily rate now, currently here in San Mateo for the GSR daily rate is $60 $3, I believe. So therefore, 50% of that would be 30-something dollars per person per day. And the cap on that for the total temporary relocation is $1,000. It doesn't exceed that. So.
Is that $1,000 per day? Or
No, it's $1,000 total. It cannot exceed that for the complete temporary stay.
What other options did you consider? So you kind of chose half. Did you look at a quarter? Did you look at 3/4?
No, we did not. Staff took into consideration, like I said, food, travel, gasoline.
But why travel though? Because I think the whole point of making sure that somebody was relocated very close to their current location, why would travel be a factor? Because I thought that was, if they were being relocated to South San Francisco, that'd be one thing, but we're talking about maybe Belmont or most likely San Mateo.
Again, we consider,
Councilmember Rodriguez, the travel consideration was actually, came from a comment by Councilmember Bonilla, where when you, depending on where the alternative housing is provided, a displaced tenant could incur travel costs. So for example, if they are walking or riding a bike from their unit to school or work, and they now have to take transit or some other form of transportation, that would be an additional expense caused by the displacement. Another example would be when we're talking about your question, who determines what is comparable? The way the ordinance defines comparable, it says, and this is from the county's definition, it's comparable in size, condition, or amenities. So for example, the cooking facility, size, condition, or amenities. So,
what was the last?
Amenities.
Amenities, yes. No, I can.
So for example, if the alternative housing doesn't have a full kitchen, or if the alternative housing doesn't have laundry facilities, or if the alternative housing doesn't have something else that the previous housing did, the living stipend is intended to offset whatever it is that they are not getting in their temporary accommodations that they had before.
In terms of, can you explain the difference, the general difference between the HUD rate and market rate? Like, is there, how does that work? I'm not familiar with that personally.
The HUD fair market rate is one thing that we use. It's the HUD fair market rate. In this ordinance, it's not separate.
But I guess what I'm asking is, in real life, is there a difference between the actual market rates being charged and?
There is, Sandy Council can provide the numbers on that for you.
Okay. The HUD fair market rents are published by HUD each year. They are the lower side of available market rents. For example, I just looked up this yesterday on rent.com to see what apartments are. And so one bedrooms there started around $2,000. Most of them were higher than that, but you could find some around $2,000. And the HUD FMR is $2,255. So the FMRs are the lower side of asking rents of available apartments at any point in time.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to ask one more question and let my colleagues ask. The question is with the 5 days if you're not paying the fine or, all right, so I don't want to say this. Basically, the time it takes that the landlord would have to pay back the city, how were those days? How was that fair amount of days calculated? Was that just a number pulled, or was that based on anything?
The 5-day timeline is also from the county's ordinance.
Okay. I mean, if that was, I'm assuming that in a lot of these cases that the city's going to get paid one way or another. Is there any reasoning for having 5 days? It just seems very short.
If the council wants to adjust that time period, it's prerogative.
Okay.
Okay, bear with me because some of my questions have already been answered. I still have some others. On the section where we were just talking about temporary housing accommodations not being comparable in size, condition, or amenities, and it talks about per household member per day getting a 50% of the GSA. And I'm just wondering, how do we define who the people are that constitute the household members? Are those people that were listed on the lease, or is it whoever just happened to be living in the property at the time that the people, there was a red tag and people had to be displaced?
So as part of the definitions, it refers to tenant household as being one or more individuals who rent or lease a dwelling or room as their primary residence and who share living expenses. Past practice, in my experience, has been those tenants that were on the lease and their children. However the council wants to do that, though. That's how it's been defined in my past practice.
Yeah, it just seemed open-ended to me. Could that be cousins and aunts and uncles, or are we talking people who are actually on the lease?
It has not been in my past practice, but I see what you're saying, yeah.
Okay.
You could make it maybe the dependent children.
Dependent children and those on the lease, yes.
Just curious, so if someone gets displaced, so the landlord is paying them to rent someplace else, does that rent take, I don't know how to explain it, is the tenant not paying any rent? Say they're in temporary quarters for 65 days or 60 days, and the landlord is paying for their rent. During that time, is it basically the tenant is paying no rent? Because they're going from a situation where they've been paying rent, and now they've been moved out of the facility, out of the housing, and the landlord is paying rent for them to be someplace else. Is the rent the landlord pays, does the rent that he was charging the tenants come off of that, or are they basically getting free rent? Does that make sense?
I think so, and the answer is the purpose of providing displaced tenants with assistance is to ensure that they're only paying rent at one place. So if a tenant wanted to hang on to their apartment that they were displaced from, they still have an obligation to pay rent as the tenant. However, because they are displaced, the landlord responsible for that displacement would have to cover the costs of providing temporary accommodations. So
But they're not still paying rent to once they've been displaced, to the property owner,
they
are
are. They are. So for
So
example,
if they want the owner to keep that for them once it's fixed, they still have to keep paying rent to the owner, and then the owner of the property is paying them to find separate accommodations.
that's right.
That's not really clear in the ordinance, because I couldn't figure it out going through that.
Maybe we could clarify that a little bit.
I think that would be one area that would be helpful. So I know this may not happen, but it occurred to me that what if somebody's paying more in rent than the HUD price? Are they still going to get just the HUD amount?
If that's what's adopted, yes.
Again, this is another area similar to the timing for when the property owner has to repay the city. This was an amount that is was adopted by the county. We're
Right.
not obligated to accept that amount. We could tinker with it however the council wishes.
And I'm assuming if a property owner could not come up with the required funds, would we be able to provide some kind of assistance to them on a payback basis? I think the assumption is most property owners have money, but if there was somebody who needed assistance in order to be able to comply with some of this, do we have a mechanism in place for that?
So,
I didn't see.
As written-
Or maybe I should ask, can we?
as
Could
written,
we do something?
the only thing the ordinance says is if the property owner does not pay the relocation assistance required, then the city has the ability to advance that relocation assistance and then bill the property owner for it. Now, if separately, CDD staff wanted to come to an arrangement with how the property owner comes to repay that assistance, the ordinance does not forbid that, but it doesn't explicitly contemplate some sort of assistance to the property owner, for example.
Okay. Now, just a final thing, because I know, I want to, commend staff. We put this together pretty fast. I know we asked for this to get done, and, but based on all the correspondence we've received, I'm just wondering whether you even had time to really do any outreach into the community and to the various stakeholders and get some feedback, and whether...
Yes, so Sandy Council did a lot of outreach to the homeowners associations, the rental, property rental companies, the rental advocates.
SAMCAR was also notified, and the California Apartments Association. We sent them a draft ordinance prior to the January 22nd study session, just letting them know that we're going to have the study session. We're contemplating adopting an ordinance similar to the county's, and then we outlined the differences in the AR to council.
Okay, all right. That's all I
Can I just follow up on that question?
Yeah.
So if you gave notification to these different groups, and if they give feedback, what did you try to incorporate that feedback?
So the notification that we received, prior to the study session and between the study session and when the ordinance was drafted, we reviewed all the information. We tried to incorporate as much of the feedback as possible. However, some of the later feedback that we received after the ordinance was already drafted, after the council had already provided direction, we have not made any other changes.
So since basically January 22nd?
Correct. Yeah, we just based it off of what the council's direction was on those 4 items. That significantly differed from the county's ordinance, and then largely based it on the county ordinance.
Okay. I do have just one final clarification. On page 17 under appeals, and it says decisions of the Building and Housing Appeals Board regarding violations of the ordinances on housing maintenance and public nuisances. And so if you could just refer, are public nuisances what would be included in this ordinance?
Yes, so certain violations of the building codes can be determined public nuisances under our municipal code. So that's chapter 7.16. So if someone were to appeal a building code, a determination that there was a building code violation, then we have a number of options in terms of enforcement. One of them would be to have a property declared a public nuisance. A property owner could potentially appeal that determination to the Building and Housing Appeals Board. So that's
So there would be situations where a public nuisance would constitute unsafe.
So
if the basis for the public nuisance was a building or property maintenance code violation, yes.
And just to further clarify, in the nuisance ordinance, or the portion of the municipal code that outlines what a nuisance is, there is a specific line item that says construction or alterations done without building permits is constituted a nuisance. So just that one language in there, in a separate part of the nuisance, calls out construction or alterations without required permits to be a nuisance.
That doesn't make something uninhabitable.
No.
Okay.
That's just covering the building code portion of it.
Got it.
Okay, I think I'm done for now.
I want to thank all my fellow council members for asking a lot of good questions, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
I just have one as it relates to the anti-retaliation. Just I have one for right this second. So you, instead of going off the county one, you went to the civil code, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So then I received some correspondence about potentially some exemptions. For example, things that would be excluded from the definition of retaliation, like day-to-day management duties, enforcing parking problems, storage on patios. Any noticed rent changes are exempt from claims of retaliation or denial of quiet enjoyment or harassment. So in other words, the person comes back, and then there might be administrative things that the landlord still has to take care of, and that could be interpreted as being retaliatory. Anyway, something to think about. I think most of my questions were, we would probably need to highlight who was going to determine whether alternative, accommodations were comparable. I think we'd need to talk about who was going to continue to pay rent. I said all along, I think an appeals board is unnecessary. You get us for the same price, but I know we're not expressing comment now, but it seems like there is a potential, in answer to Joe Gothel's question, that you could simplify this if you took out the part about the rent board.
You could get us for a higher price.
True indeed, true indeed. Okay, so anything else before we go to public comment? Yes, sir. Okay, so if we go to public
Madam
comment.
Mayor, I did want to make one comment. With respect to the private right of action, I've got the county ordinance. It's word for word that we have. It doesn't have the language about tenants. As near as we can tell, that is from the City of Berkeley ordinance. That uses the word tenant instead of private organization and person.
I'm looking at San Mateo County right now.
I am too. And it says any tenant household that believes that the provisions of this chapter.
What's the date on that?
What page is it on ours?
This is the resolution they adopted. I don't have the date.
15, and
We have
theirs is...
I have the code here, San Mateo County Code, last amended in 2017, private right of action, any person or organization who believes that a property under a tenant, it's basically word for word, it's been our ordinance, so.
This is, and you're at 3.108.130, private right of action?
Yes, 3.10.120.
I'm at
130.
This says 120, so we're working off of different documents.
In the resolution that went before the board, 120 dealt with retaliation, 130 dealt with private right of action. Any tenant household that believes that the provisions of this chapter have been violated shall have the right to file an action, blah, 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 blah.
Madam Mayor, the county's ordinance actually went before the county twice. It was first adopted in spring of 2017, I want to say, and then...
We're looking at the one that's February 27th of 2018.
Okay.
We are?
So, I mean, if there is a question about consistency with the county's ordinance, we can sort of sort that one out.
And there were concerns about even having a private right of action in there. The city can just as easily do it, get its attorney's fees, you know.
Right.
That's right, that's totally a policy call.
Absolutely,
I just wanted to-
totally hear you.
'cause I'm
Yeah,
looking
mine
at
was a
this document.
stranger to the dispute coming in and filing an action, and that just didn't quite, but in any event, have we covered everything that we brought up so far? The reason why I'm going through them again, the litany, is because I know there were a lot of concerns. We have a lot of people who are here who are at a very late hour, so wanted people to kind of know that we had we were aware of the concerns, and we're going to probably try to work with this, I think, by sending staff and directing them to go back and work with this. So if you've heard some of the concerns that you've addressed, if you've heard us talk about them, please keep that in the back of your mind as you come forward, because we're aware of them and we're working on them.
Are you trying to say that speakers don't have to use their full time?
That's right. And you have how many speaker slips at 5 to 11?
34.
34. So my feeling is,
And also, please don't repeat somebody else's comments.
really think about what you want to say, because we are hearing you loud and clear. 2 minutes, and you don't have to use all that time. And as our clerk did, first of all, thank you all for being here at this late hour. And as our clerk did with respect to the previous matter, if you could come up ahead of time, it kind of keeps things rolling. So with that, let's open public comment.
Can we limit it to 2 minutes per speaker?
We did.
We did.
Oh, what, can we make it 1 minute?
I did use your line, you don't have to use all 2 minutes. And I guess, do we have to wait, Sean, do we have to wait until 11 o'clock to decide that we want to go beyond 11 o'clock, or how does it work?
I'm looking for that right now.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay, I will go ahead and call up the first three
Great,
speakers while
thank you.
Sean does his research. The first speaker, oops, I'm sorry, that's wrong.
It's right here.
Nope, I'm sorry. The first speaker is Jim O'Connor.
Oh, sorry.
Followed by Brian Ponte, and then Carrie Kletter.
Good evening.
Almost going to say good morning. Okay.
Give us time.
It's early.
Well, the question I have really is, does the frequency of hostile responses to health and safety issues, condemnations, or so-called red tags warrant establishing a new bureaucracy, or do owners usually cooperate? That's one thing I think that needs to really be considered. Is it necessary to establish a new bureaucracy? Some of the issues brought up in the proposed orders were recently defeated here and surrounding jurisdictions by the voters. Do we need deja vu all over again? It also invades single-family homes because it goes down to a room, which should typically be in a home that would be rented out. And I respectfully request that you do not approve the ordinance because it creates an unwarranted, I don't know if it's the writer or the reader that can't handle this, so I wrote it, that's right. Anyway, unwarranted bureaucracy and count to the voters of the San Mateo and other surrounding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Brian Ponte, followed by Carrie Kletter, and then David Stile.
Madam Mayor, if I might, the rules say at 11 p.m., council will determine with a majority vote or consensus whether to continue with an item or if they will take up any remaining unheard items. So in a couple of minutes, you can make the determination.
Continue an item, and what was the last part? I'm sorry.
Continue with the remaining items.
Okay, and to continue with the remaining items. Okay.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Pappen and members of the City Council. I ask that you not take action on this ordinance tonight. It is very one-sided, complicated, and it's foreseeable that some number of responsible property owners will pull their rental units off the market for fear of getting caught up in this trap. This will only amplify the housing shortage that we have in this area. Instead, I ask you to work with representatives from SAMCAR to develop a common understanding of the underlying problem, including its depth and breadth based on the experience in this community, and develop a solution that works for all stakeholders. And one point that I thought was really stood out for me in reading the staff report and listening to the conversation tonight, I haven't heard any statistics. What has been the history in San Mateo? How many people have been displaced? How frequently does it occur? Is this a problem? Is this a solution chasing a problem? I think that sort of data would be very helpful when you formulate policy like this. Anyway, I thank you for your consideration and good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Carrie Kletter, followed by David Stile, then Gina Zari. No Carrie Kletter? Okay. Next speaker, David Stile, followed by Gina Zari, and then Jeff Lamont.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. My name is David Stile, and I'm a long-term housing provider in San Mateo. I read through the proposed City of San Mateo ordinance, and quite frankly, I was appalled and angered by the ordinance contents. With all due respect, staff, I cannot believe that staff drafted such an ordinance proposal that is filled with ambiguous, open-ended measures that clearly attack and erode landlord-owner property rights under the pretense of tenant protection. A few of the many questions I have regarding the proposed ordinance are, was there ever an economic impact study conducted? I think the previous speaker had mentioned if some of the mom and pop homeowners get caught up in this very ambiguous ordinance, what's going to be the impact to the housing community? Was there an open, transparent input process in drafting this ordinance from all the stakeholders affected by the ordinance? And staff, to your credit, I did see many of the meetings that were called to order. However, as a housing provider in San Mateo, I was not ever informed of these meetings and input sessions. Madam Mayor and City Council members, you can do better than this flawed proposal ordinance to address the need of the housing community and at the same time provide red tag tenant protection. Make the right decision tonight, vote no on this proposed ordinance, or carry it forward for more input within the community members. Thank you.
Next speaker is Gina Zari, followed by Jeff Lamont, then Frank Vella.
Mayor, council members, needless to say, I'm extremely disappointed with this ordinance. Any reference to creating an appeals board for a problem that doesn't exist is absurd. Including the Community Relations Commission in an ordinance where no established problem exists is unreasonable. To create a 30-page ordinance and put it out Friday before a 3-day President's Weekend is unreasonable. There are definitions in here that are way too loose. Private right of action is unreasonable. Enforcement officer and the way it is defined is extraordinarily broad and basically means that any individual in the city of San Mateo that works for the city or is contracted with the city could be an enforcement officer. Extraordinarily broad and unfair to property owners. And then declaration of substandard condition is an unacceptable definition. It needs to be tightened, and a lot of work needs to be done to make sure that this ordinance is fair to property owners. This is your 70% of the affordable housing. It's below market rate. It's not HUD, which again, another provision that doesn't make sense. Why are you penalizing property owners who hold their rents far below market by making them pay HUD rates? Doesn't make sense. There's too many problems with this ordinance, and for the record, we were not given this ordinance in its current form. We were given a previous version that was 20 pages shorter and then told, no, forget it, that's not going to be applicable. Saw this on Friday and have worked pretty much straight through since we got it. This is not acceptable. These are your low-income housing providers, and they deserve better respect from this council. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jeff Lamont, followed by Frank Vella, then Sia Glafkitis.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
So one of the things I would concur with what Gina just said is that I really do feel that there was not adequate outreach given to the stakeholders on this. Again, we did not receive this final draft until Friday with a 3-day weekend coming. So I think in the future, the council really needs to do a better job of doing outreach and getting these ordinances to people in a much more timely fashion. The council had given direction to the city staff to come up with a red tag ordinance that was similar to what the county had. I think what I see in this proposal is a extreme overreach by the city staff. City council members, I ask you that you oppose this proposed ordinance. What should be a 5-page ordinance is instead a 30-page ordinance filled with legal loopholes, private right of action, excessive private property, excessive penalties to property owners. The most concerning to me is the provision that creates an unnecessary appeals board in the ordinance that closely resembles a rent control board and can be easily converted into a rent control board. As was mentioned earlier, there is really no compelling statistics to warrant a red tag ordinance in the city of San Mateo. How many times has something been red tagged in San Mateo? I see absolutely no statistics to show that this ordinance is even needed. Make no mistake about it, this ordinance is, as written, is just the first step on the way to rent control. Need I remind you that voters in 2016 made it very clear in resoundingly defeating Proposition Q with a 62% no vote on it that they want nothing to do with rent control and tenant relocation measures. Furthermore, I will remind you that in November, in the statewide vote, the voters made it very clear by defeating Proposition 10 that they do not want rent control and its horrible consequences. This proposed ordinance goes against the will of the voters in San Mateo and is an extreme overreach by the City Council, and I recommend that you do not go forward with this ordinance.
Please, we got it.
Okay, next speaker, is Frank Vela, followed by Sia Glafkides and Elaine Gilbrick.
Hello, City Council. I'm a home provider and property manager. The suggestions and plans regarding this relocation ordinance are disturbing to say the least. Home providers or property owners' responses were not properly, if at all, taken into consideration from what was mentioned tonight. Each of these red tag situations are very important, yet how many issues like the ones mentioned here in the past few years have we had that justify this ordinance? I heard that only 2 instances were brought up. Many owners are not wealthy and can go bankrupt for many of the proposals made in this ordinance. Property management is already one of the most highly regulated industries in the country. This ordinance is absolutely not necessary. It appears that the issues presented here are already covered under state law. This ordinance is open for abuse. Please do not go forward with it.
Next speaker is Sia Glafkides, Elaine Gilbrick, and then Alex Melendres.
It's only Greek, right? Which is kind of what, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, Council, City Council, and Mayor Pappen. And it's troubling to me to have to appear before the council to express my extreme disappointment in this ordinance that has been put forth. It's a clever, in my point of view, it's a cleverly crafted, covert, non-transparent ordinance written by the city staff that is an outright betrayal of our trust, the homeowners and home housing providers of San Mateo. It was slipped in with little, if any, notification to the homeowners and house providers over a 3-day weekend for without any input for those of us that are providing housing for the residents of San Mateo. It's a deliberate overreach by the city of San Mateo to take advantage of us, the housing providers. To me, it's a Swiss cheese document full of holes that will undoubtedly lead to massive lawsuits and potential bankruptcy of property owners. It's very conflicting. It conflicts with landlord-tenant laws. And as stated by others, I mean, where's the documentation that we have properties that need to be red tagged due to lack of landlord, where landlords don't take care of these issues. So I urge that this thing be reconsidered, rewritten, and get further input from the housing providers.
Next speaker, Elaine Gilbrecht, followed by Alex Melendrez, and then Frank Vento.
Good evening, Mayor Pappen and City Council. So my name's Elaine Gilbrecht. I live in San Mateo, and I am a housing provider, and I do work at Samcar. I don't appreciate this being brought before City Council tonight because I do want to comment that Gina Zari and I did gather a group of housing providers and brought them to meet with the housing manager, and this ordinance has turned out totally different than what I expected it to be from the meetings that we have. Other things that have been brought up by the City Council and other speakers I won't go into, especially about the length, and thank you for explaining a lot of that. But it is something that's aggressive, extremely punitive to property owners who are trying to give people a place to live, such as myself and my husband. So I don't see how in good conscience you could pass this tonight, and I ask you not to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Next speaker, Alex Melendrez, followed by Frank Vento, and then Janice Lee.
Hello again, esteemed City Council, Mayor Pappen, and City staff. Again, Alex Melendrez representing the Housing Leadership Council. I'd actually like to thank the city staff for their wondrous and quality work on this ordinance. I want to address something that's a common false narrative. Red tag tenant protections and rent control are not the same. Incidents like the one at 314 East Poplar are not acceptable, are unethical, and with your help, could be illegal. The council can prevent future tenants from going through the indignity that they suffered, while the council could also show compassion and reasonableness. I ask anyone a simple question who owns a home or is a landlord. Would you subject yourself, your tenants, friends, family, to what the residents of 314 East Poplar faced? We support the ordinance as is. HLC would like to applaud the City Council for tackling this pretty difficult issue and upholding basic decencies for residents in San Mateo through the support of this ordinance. Basic decencies and a quality home are not a controversial issue. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Frank Vento, followed by Janice Lee, then Victoria Lamb.
Thank you for staying up late, everybody. Lifetime San Mateo County resident, realtor, and I urge you to oppose this and set it aside. I think with the rest of the policies that are already in place in your different departments, that one incident that was just mentioned by Alex doesn't justify a citywide ordinance to penalize all property owners for one bad actor. Thank you.
Janice Lee, followed by Victoria Lamb, then Tina Wong.
I urge you to vote no on this ordinance. This is an unnecessary ordinance. This is 30 pages. Even it's hard for us to read. We received this a few days ago. Can you imagine homeowners? And this is essentially like another way to create rent control, which a lot of voters already disapproved. Furthermore, you think that it's only $1,000, but think about all the legal fees and everything that comes with this. We've seen these issues where people go bankrupt paying $200,000, $1 million in San Francisco, in Berkeley. This is not acceptable, and I think you guys should vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Victoria Lamb, followed by Tina Wong, and then Chun Poon.
Good evening, mayors and councils. I oppose the relocation ordinance. Why charge the homeowners relocation expenses when homeowners should just repair the code violations? This ordinance, in effect, is like the beginning of rent control, which we know it doesn't work. Neither side will gain. Based on the growth of the population, San Mateo should encourage more ADUs or in-laws and build more affordable housing before the housing shortage emerge. With more I think it is the city's job to provide more housing and encourage more builders, but not to put the burden onto the homeowners.
Next speaker is Tina Wong, followed by Chun Poon, and then Evan Adams.
Thank you very much for still listening to us. And I received this notice ordinance like a few days ago, and like I have to understand for a Chinese John Doe to understand the whole thing. 30 pages is not easy at all. It does not seem like it's really targeting and trying to solve problem of red tag, but it's really a brand new rental ordinance, a rent control ordinance. It's disappointing reading it and frustrating. And you are welcoming all the professional tenants to come here to challenge and get the landlord to pay for hundreds of thousands, just like San Francisco. And if you approve this, and if there, I mean, how many cases really happen? I mean, again, I know this is like, again, we talk about this that I mentioned earlier, that if it's not really, it's one case, then you're punishing everybody. It's not fair, okay? And all the landlords all the good landlords who are receiving low rent right now, below the HUD Section 8 rent right now, get to punish, and they have to pay the Section 8 housing. If I were receiving $1,000, right now HUD is allowing $2,000, then that means that I should be raising my rent right now, just in case I get the short end of it. Okay, so please disapprove this. This is not helping the situation, and it's a wrong targeting. Thank you.
Is Chun Poon in the house? Followed by Evan Adams and then Kelly Zhao.
My name is Chung Poon. I'm a property owner. I say low relocation fee.
All right, next speaker is Evan Adams, followed by Kelly Zhao and then James Yu.
Thank you, Council. Let me set the stage. 2018, Valentine's Day. My partner and I, we don't like to go out and spend a lot of money on Valentine's Day. We think it's a waste of money. So we make pork chops at home. We have for over 10 years. In the middle of dinner, scratch, scratch, bang, 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 coming out of the walls between the bedroom and the bathroom. What is that? Keeps going on for like half an hour. Okay. We have to figure out what this is. Go outside. Vents torn off from the bottom of the house. Raccoons had gotten inside of our walls. The fix from my landlord: duct tape and some household kitchen cleaner with bleach in it sprayed on the vents. Great. Month goes by, same thing. 2 months go by, landlord's on vacation. Landlord comes back from vacation, finally fixes the vents. A month, let me set the stage again. February 10th, this year. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Bang, bang, bang. The raccoons are back. I mentioned earlier I don't have any kids, but I might have babies. Might have baby raccoons living in my house. What happened in between those two times? My landlord went from insisting on a year-long lease to a month-to-month lease. You have to start regulating these people, or it'll never get better for the rest of us. Thank you.
Kelly Zhao, followed by James Yu, and then Jean Wing Ho. Doesn't look like Kelly is here. James Yu. James Yu is not here. Jean Wing Ho. Not here. John Brook. After John Brook is Nancy Fiala, followed by Andrew Lomond.
My name is John Brook. I've been a resident of San Mateo for over 30 years. I'm in favor of an ordinance which encourages housing providers to maintain safe, habitable dwellings for tenants. I was hopeful that the staff report would provide a clearer definition of the problem that is leading to the motivation to provide relocation assistance to tenants. For example, how many complaints have been received over the past year or over the past number of years that would fall into the scope of this particular ordinance? And of those complaints, how many of them would have resulted in a finding of unsafe housing? Since we don't know the scope of the problem, we can't determine if legislation of this sort is needed. Perhaps existing mechanisms will work well enough, possibly with a bit more enthusiasm from the enforcement community to uncover these issues. Regardless of whether additional legislation is needed, what's on offer tonight is unacceptable. To mention two of my objections, the creation of a commission and the surrounding bureaucracy with its attendant costs, and of course the well-discussed right of private action. What's on offer tonight needs to quietly disappear. Before similar legislation is returned to Council, we need to know the scope of the problem, the economic impact on the city, and on housing providers before any further legislation is brought forward.
Next speaker is Nancy Fiala, followed by Andrew Lomond, and then Susan Lewis.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Nancy Field, and this is the first time I've ever come up to speak at one of the council meetings, so I'm both a bit nervous and saddened that I'm compelled to do so. I respectfully implore you to thoroughly go over the proposed ordinance and financing resolution to find that it is completely off topic of a red tag ordinance. I believe with all my heart that this 30-page document is not what the council directed the staff to write. Where is the documentation study that states that there even is a red tag ordinance issue? My husband and I are honorable San Mateo housing providers for over 4 decades. We, as the majority of other mom and pop owners, take diligent care of our property, offer under market rates, and though the margins are slim, do our best to pay the rising costs while still keeping it a safe place to call home for our tenants. This proposed ordinance is suspiciously long and filled with penalties on property owners, private right of action, Community Relations Commission involvement, and creation of an appeals board. It is clearly another step toward rent control. San Mateo doesn't want rent control. As you well know, and was mentioned before, Measure Q was defeated by the San Mateo voters by 62% in 2016, and then last November, the California voters defeated Proposition 10. Weren't we heard? This is such a violation of our trust. The voters' message is clear: no rent control and no backdoor rent control. Those who designed this proposed ordinance are providing a vague and onerous solution to a non-existent problem. It is designed for abuse. Please vote no on this misleading, disingenuous ordinance. Let's put the time and efforts into creating more affordable housing by making the building process easier to navigate and not placing punitive penalties on property owners. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Andrew Lomond, followed by Susan Lewis, and then Chun-Chi Ma.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pappen and council members and staff. I'm just here to voice my concern about this. This onslaught against property owners' rights has got to stop, and I urge you to reject this and all forms of rent control in the future. Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Lewis, followed by Chun-Chi Ma, and then Jean Ma.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, over 4 hours ago, we stood and took the Pledge of Allegiance. We put our hands over our hearts and pledged to our country. Those words, the pledge, mean a lot to me particularly the final phrase, with liberty and justice for all. Well, who is all? All is everyone in our city, and all includes our mom and pop housing providers. I've read this proposal a number of times, many times. I was looking for fairness. I do not see fairness. I do not see a better community. What I see is an abomination. What I see is bad faith. It's designed to inspire litigation. It's designed to bankrupt housing providers. Council, oppose this proposal. Strike the the Building and Housing Appeals Board. Lose the Community Relations Commission. It's my understanding they have no housing expertise. Eliminate the private right of action, which is a field day for nuisance lawsuits. Really? But overall, this entire travesty is unsalvageable. The lack of transparency has been great. It has been sad. It has been insulting, and it has been appalling. We can do better. Red tag where it's warranted? Yes, of course. This abomination? No. It is unfair. Where is the liberty and justice for all San Mateans? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker, Chunchi Mon, is representing the Bay Area Homeowners Network and requested a presentation as an organized group, but he is not invoking the 15 minutes. You're going to use...
Only 3-4 minutes.
Still 3 or 4 minutes, and I have a copy of his letter here.
Thank you. I speak on behalf of the BOM. It's a grassroots organization representing small mom and pop landlords, and many of them are here tonight. Dear Mayor and City Council members, we are an organization that representing the mom and pop rental property owners. We are deeply concerned about the proposed new red tag ordinance. For the reasons stated below, we strongly urge the Council to vote no on the proposed ordinance. Number one, the proposed ordinance does not add incentive for correcting code violation. Our property owners already have strong incentive to correct any code violation promptly. When issues arise, they are serious enough to require tenants to vacate the unit. Rent stop, mortgage payment cannot stop, property tax cannot stop, utility bill cannot stop. A property owner would wish to bring the property up to code as soon as possible. Requiring property owners to pay relocation costs is not necessary for encouraging a property owner to correct code violation. 2. The proposed ordinance threatens heavy and arbitrary penalty on small property owners. The proposed ordinance creates heavy burdens on small property owners. The amount on payment can easily exceed $10,000. This amount on top of a rent loss and repairment costs may drive a small property owners such as retiree out of business or into bankruptcy. A wealthy tenant may receive a windfall. We are concerned that the process may be abused to impose arbitrary penalty on rental property owners. 3. A proposed ordinance takes away property owners' right to terminate a lease agreement. The proposed ordinance prevents a property owner from terminating a rent agreement with a tenant in a 60-day notice if a city finds code violation. This provision is akin to rent control, which has been rejected by people of San Mateo in overwhelming number previously. And I guess in the previous the Part 10 also by the California as well, the voter beside the San Mateo citizen. We urge the council to listen to the people of San Mateo. 4. The proposed ordinance creates new bureaucracy without cost-benefit analysis. The proposed ordinance creates a housing appeal board, a new agency. Once created, it's very difficult to abolish and has all the possibility to grow out of control. We urge the council to study carefully A, the problem the council is trying to solve, B, the long-term cost of creating a housing appeal board, and C, whether there are alternative solutions to solve this problem. In conclusion, the proposed ordinance has numerous problems. Many of them are already highlighted by a previous speaker tonight. It does not create housing. It is a harsh, blunt, and unnecessary tool for solving a problem that can be addressed by existing laws. Small mom and pop property owners like us need protection too, as renters do. We welcome our leaders to our city leaders to work with us to find a real solution that help our renters. On behalf of the BOM's board director, thank you.
Okay, next speaker I have is Jin Ma, followed by Jimmy Fang, and then Lisa Chen.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My family and I are here, are with me here. We are residents of San Mateo. We live in San Mateo we have been living in San Mateo for about 22 years. We own a single rental property in the city of San Mateo. We are not realtors. When I read this ordinance over the weekend, I was really scared. And in particular, well, there are many issues I have a list, but then most of these issues are addressed by previous speakers. And I would like to emphasize on the private right of action part. And that is the one part that cost me some sleep because, as far as I can see, legions of lawyers can now, they have nothing to do with our property, can find creative ways to come to us. And I hear that the council may have some updates, may have some comments that this is in compliance with the county provision. But I think the dynamics have changed. Now we're talking about a lot of money at issue and versus we're just talking about code violation and correction. So even if the clause is exactly the same as the county provision, and I think there is a danger that we have frivolous lawsuits all over. That's all I have. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jimmy Fang, followed by Lisa Chen, and then Joyce Liu.
Good evening, respectfully, the mayor and the councils. My name is Jimmy Fang. I and my family live in San Mateo, Foster City area since 1995, so more than 24 years. And I'm very disappointed to see that it takes so much time. You guys proposed this ordinance. It basically takes away the property owners the right to terminate the lease in the normal ways, and also the ordinance. It's basically similar to another beginning version of the rent control, which has been rejected many times by San Mateo people, and you guys know it's better than that. And also, it's basically very bureaucratic by creating another housing appeals board. Just more government, more people, money basically use this, and this it will add the burdens to the homeowners, and using the big arbitrary penalty and measures that you proposed on that one, and I'm very disappointed and really urge you don't approve this. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lisa Chen. I don't believe Lisa Chen is in the audience. Oh, you are? Okay, great. Followed by Joyce Liu and then Mike Dunham.
Rent control is a no, 11 is a no.
Okay, next speaker is Joyce Liu, then Mike Dunham and Thomas Heiser.
Good evening, Mayor and the City Council members. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to explain our feeling. And for this one, I'm a small housing provider, but I just want you to know that we are all good. We want to, even just for business, you want to provide good housing. And somehow I feel this ordinance or the direction of is paint the landlord or say housing provider it's very bad, greedy people. I just want to say that is not true. Then in this situation, I learned some code. I know when you code it for building code, the nuisance or say the unsafety situation, for example, one, lack of heat, that could be very easily fixed. I can give you all the techniques, but I wish we have time to communicate, and we don't. So in that case, it's not absolutely not necessary to trigger this relocation fee, all of this, and appealing. It's way from mature. I know we have a good intention, but please, tonight, say no. Okay, we can help. We want to do good. I believe mom and pop, we are good. We want to do it, and you just discourage people. Guess what? The worst situation, I sell my property, then I go. You lose more housing. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mike Dunham, followed by Thomas Heiser, then Jordan Grimes.
Good evening. My name is Mike Dunham. I'm a member of Housing for All Burlingame, and I'm here in solidarity with our colleagues in One San Mateo to speak out in favor of this ordinance. I'm going to start with a somewhat odd example, but I think it's relevant. When historians write about the presidency of Barack Obama, I think they're going to say that his biggest political mistake was assuming he was negotiating with good faith counterparties in the Republicans in Congress. It turns out that in negotiating the Affordable Care Act, they would pretend to be bringing legitimate concerns, trying to work out a deal, and they didn't care. They abandoned it at the very end. I think what we've seen tonight is the exact same thing. We have heard a number of just absurd arguments about this ordinance, that it is too long, that it's ambiguous, that it is a deep state conspiracy to bring rent control to San Mateo. This is ridiculous. And I think if you are, I think you are good people who assume that the people you are arguing with care about making better policy. And I think what we are seeing here is that they are going to kick and scream over the tiniest thing. This ordinance applies in very narrow circumstances when a property owner has been found to have substandard and dangerous conditions. That is a very narrow ordinance, and yet we are hearing that it is the worst thing in the world, that it is going to exacerbate the housing crisis and hurt San Mateans. It's ridiculous. And I think the thing that offends me the most is the suggestion that city staff somehow rebelled and took your directives to sneak in some backdoor to rent control. I think that's disgusting to even suggest. And to the city staff that worked on this, thank you for your work so far, and I'm sorry that you had your integrity questioned like that. You don't deserve it, and it's appalling to me. Thank you.
Next speaker is Thomas Heiser, followed by Jordan Grimes, then Ted McKinnon.
Good evening once again, City Council. I'd like to thank you for all the time you've put into this ordinance and to spending time here tonight to listen to our comments. I'd like to thank staff for the work on this ordinance. I'm a renter here in San Mateo, and I'm in favor of this ordinance. I'm in favor of this ordinance not because I ever expect my current landlord to have to deal with it. I'm in favor of this precisely because I think I have a very good relationship with my landlord. I think my landlord does a very good job of maintaining the unit. And because my landlord is a very responsible landlord, I don't think that she will ever have to deal with this ordinance. I think that this ordinance does a good job of targeting the landlords who do not maintain their units, who create hazards to the tenants therein. And I ask that you please approve this. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jordan Grimes, followed by Ted McKinnon, and then Catherine Quigg.
Good evening, Council. So I actually didn't prepare anything tonight like I usually do, frankly, because I expected this to go much more smoothly than it has. I'm pretty surprised to see the opposition to this. Red tag is something that I think is incredibly reasonable given the current climate, not just given what happened at 314 East Poplar, but also, as we have mentioned numerous times, what happened just this past year, what happened back in September at Casa de Campo Way. This is, as Mike said, a very narrowly tailored ordinance that truly affects slumlords. It doesn't affect landlords. It affects slumlords. And if the people here who are complaining are slumlords, then they deserve what's coming to them, because this really affects the worst of the worst. This does not affect the good landlords, the people who aren't letting their units decay into nothingness, into uninhabitable conditions. That's what this is about. This is about people who are living in squalid, uninhabitable conditions, who are having to go through this agonizing ordeal. And this isn't affecting. This doesn't affect good landlords. That's not what this does. This isn't some sneaky backdoor into rent control. This is literally about protecting the most vulnerable in our city and sending a message to those who would prey upon them that we won't accept that here, that this will not be tolerated. So I really hope that you'll approve the ordinance tonight. I also just want to say, for the record, as a member and co-founder of San Mateo County YIMBY, which is Yes in My Backyard, which is a housing advocacy group that I think everyone knows, this isn't going to hurt supply. This is not going to hurt supply at all. This is going to hurt the landlords the slumlords that's meant to hurt. And I really urge you to adopt this ordinance in its entirety tonight. Thank you.
Ted McKinnon is the next speaker, followed by Catherine Quigg, and then Mike Haddock.
Evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Ted McKinnon. I'm a 20-year resident and homeowner in San Mateo, and I'm here to speak in favor of the ordinance. I'm a little bit puzzled what some people here seem to have read a different ordinance than I read earlier today, and I did only read it earlier today, and I wasn't offended by that fact. And just to paraphrase, what I read is that delayed maintenance or other regulatory non-compliance resulting in life-threatening conditions is something that we want to do something about. And to me, that's the very definition of negligence. And to go against that or suggest otherwise seems to mean that you're not interested in having codes to begin with. And it seems to me the remedy is fairly straightforward. And again, it's paraphrasing. It's property owners to provide for relocation costs, albeit broadly defined, when abatement measures require tenants to vacate. I don't see what's unjust about that. And so there was some discussion here about existing laws. It seems to me what you're doing here is you're trying to put some teeth into existing statutes, which I applaud, and serving notice to property owners, and I'm one of them, and you can do it to me too, that you're serious about enforcing existing laws, and I applaud you all for that. And so I applaud our staff here for having a very detailed statute. I didn't find it ambiguous. If there were the issues that came up earlier were, I think, well-founded and I think can be worked out. So I thank the staff and the council for taking this up, and I urge you to pass the resolution. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Catherine Quigg, followed by Mike Haddock, then Justin Alley, and then Carol Eldridge.
Good evening, Mayor Pappen, council members, city manager, and staff. My name is Catherine Quigg, and I am a housing provider in the city of San Mateo. I'd like to speak about my concern on the San Mateo rent relocation proposal before you this evening. Please do not impose this proposal on responsible housing providers. Please take the time to talk with us and, if needed, write a good ordinance. Remember that a rushed policy is always a bad policy. Please, if needed, take the time to write a proposal that protects the residents while allowing responsible housing providers to do their job. The current one-sided proposal is overly eager to punish bad actors but threatens our healthy housing stock. It is not good for the tenants. It is not good for the providers. It is not good for our community. I am confident that working together, if needed, we can create a better ordinance. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Mike Haddock, followed by Justin Alley, and then Carol Eldridge.
Mayor, council members, a few minutes of pragmatism on behalf of mom and pop housing providers and fair-minded San Mateoans. In short, this relocation proposition before us tonight is in conflict with its own claimed spirit of actual cost and fairness. It's full of outrageous financial landmines for those providing our lower cost range of housing. One provision allows the city, at its sole discretion, without an owner's knowledge or consent, to forward funds to a renter, triggering a clause allowing the city to fine the unaware owner $10,000 along with other charges. It also establishes a new bureaucracy, a housing appeals board. There is no credible data to substantiate its existence. Mom and pop housing providers and other stakeholders asked many times to participate in the process, yet we were excluded, and this was not by accident. We're not happy about that at all. And I think a lot of you are aware of this going on. We're not happy, it's not fair, and it shouldn't happen in San Mateo. Now, we have an unworkable proposition designed to promulgate abuse and outrageous open-ended financial ruin for those it would affect. Fortunately, we do have faith in a majority of our responsible council members to not give a serious thought to passing this disaster. This is not right for San Mateo or anywhere else. This proposition is the public nuisance. We've done fine without it. Where's the data showing the need for this overkill? And adamantly opposed to pass its approval. Thank you.
Next speaker is Justin Alley, followed by Carol Eldridge.
Hello, Honorable Mayor Pappen and Council. I'm Justin Alley, a resident and member of One San Mateo. I was actually not planning on speaking tonight because I think, like a lot of people, I came in tonight thinking that this wasn't a very controversial ordinance. So I just have to say that I'm astounded and frankly embarrassed by the levels of extremism and dishonesty that are in much of what has been said tonight to controversialize this eminently uncontroversial ordinance. So let me just set the record straight on a few things. Ordinance length. The county's ordinance was 22 pages. The current one is 30 pages. You know, there's some difference of length. The initial earlier draft was 13 pages, but there were clearly a lot of uncompleted sections. So, you know, let's move past that. The appeals board. Well, you know, that's not necessitated by this ordinance alone. It's necessitated by state law, and it's not the creation of a new bureaucracy. You know, there are several different ways it can be fulfilled with the Community Relations Commission, which already exists, or with the City Council itself. So again, much of what's said there is just simply not true. And then, you know, most of all, rent control. Well, you know, this is clearly not rent control. And it's been said before, the only people this affects are the worst of the worst. So I'd ask you, if you're a slumlord, stand up. Does this affect you? No, it doesn't. No one here. Okay. Great. Wonderful. So, you know, more substantively about the private right of action, that's about accountability and equity, and it was in the county's ordinance for good reason. You know, I mean, we've got a good city here, and we have faith that they'll do the right thing, but in certain cases, tenants do need the power to be able to hold parties accountable. So, I encourage you not to be bowed by the extremism and dishonesty that you've heard tonight, but to have compassion for the tenants who are living in situations which many of us would just find unconscionable.
Thank you.
And Carol Eldridge.
Good evening, Mayor Pappen, members of council. I am a housing provider in the city of San Mateo. I stand before you to object to the idea that this ordinance was in any way hastily put together or sprung on the community. This has been a subject of conversation, even among some of those who have claimed that it was sprung on them this evening. So, and at the county level, they went through an exhaustive process involving a lot of outreach to Silvar, the Silicon Valley Association of Realtors, California Apartment Association, Legal Aid, and SAMCAR. So there was an extensive process involved in creating that ordinance. It was initially a pilot, and a year later was made into a permanent ordinance, at which time the right of private action was limited to those who, to the tenants. They could be represented by Legal Aid, for example, but Legal Aid could not independently bring suit. I was present at the Board of Supervisors when they made the ordinance permanent at the beginning of 2018. The subject of penalties came up. And it was specifically in the context of the right of private action, and they said, absolutely, we want treble damages assured because we are talking about the worst of the worst landlords who treat their tenants like dogs. So I want to encourage you to hold the line, not eliminate the right of private action. I don't know why you would do that. I don't know why you would make a concession to landlords who treat their clients like dogs. If you do that, you are diluting the deterrent value. And I've mentioned before that, Mike Callaghy is the one who really shepherded this through at the county, and he heralded it for its deterrent value. So do not dilute that. Please keep the right of private action, limit it the way the county did, and give this ordinance real teeth. Thank you very much.
I have no other speakers.
Okay. It being 5 to 12, I guess I should ask if you'd like to continue. Do I need to do that? I thought so.
Yes, let's continue.
Okay. Anybody else?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So let's bring it back to the council for comment and maybe some direction.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to open up if somebody has questions to jump it in, but I just have comments. Okay. I'll jump in with my comments. Recently, I saw someone speaking, and they talked about how one of the problems in America is a culture that we have of contempt, that we are more divided than we've ever been, and it's because we've lost the ability to talk to each other. And I'm saying this as a person who argues for a living every day. I'm in a criminal courtroom, and I disagree strongly with the person on the other side, and I'm still friends with them at the end of the day. We disagree all day long, and it's okay. It doesn't get personal, and it doesn't get as divisive. And the word that gets used again and again that describes how we have learned to talk to each other is contempt. Contempt is the way that we treat the other side, that there is another side, that we're not all in this together, that we're not all on the same side trying to achieve the same objective. And I need to reset the tone here for a second because we've lost our way. What the great coalition that was built in this city a year ago, I think, was the idea that there are many people sitting in this room right now who believe that we need to be providing more housing for people in San Mateo, that we have this massive jobs housing imbalance, and that we have these super commuters, and that it creates a dangerous situation for all San Mateans. Many of you are providing the housing that is much needed, and we don't want that housing to go away. We're not trying to discourage you from providing housing. But we, as a city council, have an obligation to make sure that the housing that's being provided is both safe and healthy. And we're not trying to do anything more than that. Quick side note, staff, thank you so much for all the work that you do on this. I will always try to protect you. You're always doing what we asked you to do. You're not off on some secret agenda, so I appreciate that. You never get a chance to defend yourselves. No one will ever get anywhere by trying to throw the staff under the bus, not with me. Can I please just ask everyone who is here in this room, you heard the item earlier where we were approving a project to provide more housing in San Mateo. If you believe that that's part of the solution, if you believe that we all need to come together to provide more housing for people in San Mateo, please stand up with me. I appreciate that very much. I want you to recognize that that's both sides of the aisle tonight, that all of you are really on the same side of this, and that we need to work together more often when those projects come forward. I do believe that this does not and will not apply to all landlords. No rights are being taken away. Nobody has a right to provide housing that is not safe, that is dangerous. A red tag ordinance in principle is good. It's a bad landlord ordinance. It's not supposed to apply to all the good landlords who are here tonight. It shouldn't have any effect on you. And to that end, this ordinance does need to be amended. All of us should want to protect residents and hold accountable bad landlords. So let's fix a few things. My proposal to my fellow council members, number one, we don't need an appeals board. We can bring it back to the city council. That's an easy one. No new bureaucracy. We just send it to the city council. Easy. The CRC is not going to get anything more than they got before. In fact, they're going to get a little bit less. Second, I would amend the cause of action to match the county language that was passed in 2018. And the 2018 language says, under private right of action, any tenant household that believes that the provisions of this chapter have been violated shall have the right to file an action for injunctive relief and or actual damages. Likewise, any property owner that believes that the provision of this chapter have been violated shall have the right to file an action, and so on and so forth. So that language from 2018, I agree with. That's what I would amend. Maureen brought up a good point, which I felt should be addressed, which is that the HUD rent for some people is actually not enough. And so in some cases, the actual rent is higher, so it should be HUD or higher, whichever is HUD or actual rent, whichever is higher, if that can be addressed. The only other thing that I would say, and I beg my fellow council members, let's not send this back to staff and have them tinker with it. We know exactly what needs to be changed. Let's change it and pass it tonight, or let's change it and bring it back at the next meeting, but we don't need to start from scratch. We don't need to hear public comment again. Let's go ahead and pass this thing. We've been talking about it for over a year. Those are my comments. Thank you all very much.
Okay. I agree with most of what Councilmember Gothels just said. However, I'm not so sure that with the questions I have and the open items, I'm not so sure I'm prepared to vote on it tonight. I fully support the idea of passing a red tag ordinance. I think this is important. I think it's important to protect the vulnerable tenants who are displaced due to substandard conditions. But I think we need to be fair. I think we need to strike a balance, and we need to get this right. For me, there's just kind of too many unanswered questions and open items for me, because I actually, as a council member, had the luxury of being able to basically be on the phone or email staff all day today and some of this weekend, and I still had questions going into it. And I can see how some might think it's unfair that this was like this draft in this form was distributed to the public right before a long holiday weekend. I also think it's fair. I think it's important to listen and work with all stakeholders here. That includes, One San Mateo and tenant rights organizations, but I also think it's property owners as well. And I'm not quite sure that happened here. I think it might have happened in theory, but I'd like to see it a little bit more collaboration there. Like Councilmember Goethals, I would prefer the wording in the county's ordinance, the one that's that has a little bit weaker form of the right of private action. I get concerned when you start getting outside groups taking on mom and pop landlords. That to me just kind of brings the fight to a different level, and I don't know if I don't consider that fair. I also I would prefer at this point to have the council be the appeals board, and we'll see how it goes. So if we get inundated and we learn about what it entails and the attributes of a fair appeals board, then we can always change it later. But I think that's probably the safest way to go. I also would I want to revisit the per diem that was calculated. I think at least from speaking for myself, that what I'm seeing in this ordinance goes a bit further than I was comfortable with when I said I supported it last month. I think that I can get where staff is coming, but for me, I didn't agree with some of that logic on it. And I also think we need to more narrowly define the term enforcement officer. I think and there was a couple other things, but those are the big things for me that are unanswered questions, and I just don't know if we're going to be able to flesh those all out tonight. Thanks.
Yeah. I'm going to echo much of what my fellow council members said. It concerns me that people that are responsible housing providers, people who maintain their properties, see this as some kind of an attempt to impose rent control or go after them. I think what we're trying to do here is come up with an ordinance that addresses those landlords that you would call slumlords. So while I can understand why people have some concerns, because this did come out rather late before a holiday weekend. It was a lot more pages, a lot more for people to go through, and I think when something like that happens, worse fears come to light and a lot of assumptions are being made. So it wasn't our intention to be punitive. I think it was really to try and just protect people who are vulnerable and need that protection. That said, I think it was a really good first pass, and I think we're really moving in the right direction, but I think it still needs some more work and more time for review. And I think I'd like an opportunity for us to respond to some of the many questions and concerns that we received through communications. I'm sure our staff felt they did a lot of the right outreach, but I'm not sure that really happened. And I'd like to see more collaboration with all the stakeholders, just so there aren't any questions at the end of the day, because this is a very important ordinance. We want to get it right. And I do want to again thank our staff for their work on this. We pretty much said, go do what the county did and bring something back to us. And that's what you did. And maybe everything in the county's ordinance isn't exactly correct for us or the right fit, but I still think there are some questions that need to be fleshed out. I do believe the council could be the appeals board. I'll just go through some of my comments. I think there needs to be more collaboration with our stakeholders and that's warranted. One of the items I brought up was wording that to specifically define what constitutes a household. I think that needs to be included. I think more information on how you get red tagged, because I think that's really at the heart of what a lot of the homeowner providers are concerned about is, what's going to bring them to that point. And let's see. And I think if I would take out the private right of action as it's written, or put in that it's limited to tenants. Okay, I think that's pretty much where I'm at. I just don't see that I could vote on this tonight without getting some answers to some questions and doing a little bit more work. But I hope we can get to it quickly in the future, because I do think it's important.
Thank you. First, I want to stress the point that it was mentioned here for a while when it was brought up. Maureen rightly asked the question. Landlords will continue to collect their rent. That's important. Yes, it was clarified. Mr. City Attorney, landlords will continue to collect their rent during time of this action, if any of this action is necessary?
I think that the tenant has a pretty good argument that they don't have to pay rent if they can't occupy the property. So I'm not certain that they would be paying rent for when they can't legally
Okay, so
occupy
then,
the property.
thank you. Well, then I think maybe that's something we do need to look at, because if the landlord is paying for an additional property, and the tenant wishes to be able to go back to the property that he was residing in, then we need to maybe further flesh that out somehow. I'm not sure that then what I said about they continue to pay rent is completely accurate, but I think it needs to be looked at more closely. So then I want to also, once again, reiterate that this is only for the worst of the worst. We have had cases that have come to us where the living conditions are egregious, uninhabitable, mold, rats, other infestations, bad electrical work, very dangerous work. I know because I looked at it, and I'm in the building trades. I've been there all my life. I know when I see stuff that's not right. I think the city council should conduct any hearings that need to be conducted. If they do, I think it's going to be rare that we actually do get these hearings. But I have to tell you, Maureen asked a good question. How do you get red tagged? Well, somebody has to complain. And one of the reasons we haven't seen a lot of these things is the tenants are generally afraid to complain, because they're afraid they're going to be kicked out of the place where they live that they can afford. Granted, it's probably an affordable place, but under what conditions? That's the question, okay? So I don't think any of you out here maintain the kind of properties we're talking about, but I do think that if properties come into this kind of condition and we are aware of it, we need to do something about it. And so, I did not appreciate accusations that staff had done anything nefarious, sneaky, underhanded, or anything else. Nobody on this council is intending to build a back door to rent control. You're right. People voted on it. It's done. Okay? We're not trying to sneak that in, because you're watching anyway. You would know if we were doing that. This is not that. This is an attempt to maintain decent places for people to live that they're paying decent rents for, okay, based on whatever the market will bear and as you price it, okay? So, and I think that regarding, well, two things. It is intended to be punitive to those who maintain these conditions. That is intended to serve as an incentive for people not to allow these kind of conditions to exist. If you allow these kind of conditions to exist, then yes, there should be some punishment. So I think the remedy for that is just don't let your properties fall into these conditions. And I think that if somebody does have these problems, they don't have to pay the huge, $10,000 somebody talked about. If they comply and if they work to make sure repairs get done, people are given the place they need to live, they return as soon as possible, I don't think that's overly onerous. I really think that if landlords just take good care of their property, they won't have any problems with this. So I'm in favor of making the changes to this that have been outlined here. and bringing it back to us for further review.
Yeah, I don't think we're there yet. I think we're going to have to take a closer look at it. I'd like to see some more collaboration. One of the things that we didn't mention right now is the retaliation and what could potentially be exempt from retaliation. If we put the private right of action in, it's got to be pretty narrowly tailored. But I do think it has the penalties in there that could be a sufficient hammer, and I would like to see the council be the review. I don't think this is something that will come up frequently. I think it's within our wheelhouse and our time frame to do. I thank you for all the work you've done on it, and we'll collaborate. This is not meant to, as you said, impair housing providers that are maintaining their properties. It's really those that have come to a point where the property becomes uninhabitable. That's the key thing for me. So that's where we are. So is it that we will be tabling this and for subject to
so what
further
I would
revision?
suggest is, I've heard some consensus on a couple of issues, the council acting as the appeals board. I'm not sure how many votes I heard for private right. I thought I heard 3 at least for private right of action, using the county's language, the 2018 language. There are other issues and questions that I'm not, obviously we're not going to be able to answer tonight. So I think it sounds like to me that we ought to schedule a study session where we provide you an opportunity to give us those questions so that we can give you the answers to the questions that you have at the study session, and that we can clarify what needs to be clarified, and then set up a number of questions for you to answer, and then once we get the answer to those questions, we can go off and draft up, what you want to have in an ordinance. So I suppose that would be my recommendation.
And could we also submit our questions in advance?
Yes, I think that would be helpful to have them in advance.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not really hard to find, so people who have concerns about what's in the packet, you can call me. I'm happy to talk to anybody, happy to go to wherever people want to meet, if they have concerns and questions about what's in the packet at any time. And so another opportunity, and I would invite questions from the public as well in advance of a study session that we could answer.
Sean, the alternative to that would be to set it over to the next council meeting where we finished that item without taking any further public comment and voted on an amended ordinance that we all agreed on?
I think the challenge with that is that I don't know how to draft the ordinance in terms of unless you want to hammer out all the issues to give us direction, then I can, I know I got 2 of the questions answered, but there are other questions that I'm not hearing a majority saying that they're ready to go on and give direction on.
Those are our options.
They are.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of things that I haven't had a chance to really process.
Madam Mayor, if I could add one thing.
Yes.
Because I heard a lot about not receiving notice and lack of collaboration. I just want to remind everybody here tonight, we did none of this in the dark. We had study sessions. We've done several different meetings here publicly for everybody to pay attention to. It's all announced. And furthermore, in the past, we've never had to really worry about people being present to take part because SAMCAR and CAA always turned them out in very large numbers. You've been here before for lots of different reasons. So you shouldn't feel excluded. This is all open to the public. Thank you all very much.
So we'll take it up again at a study session? I think that's maybe the majority of the folks.
Yeah, that's fine.
The majority of the folks would like to see that done. And we can probably bring that up fairly quickly, I would imagine. We got a starting point.
Well, do we have a sense of what's on the next study session?
On the March 4th is the Workers Resource Center. So I would expect that to take the entire time. And then following that is the budget and financial picture for 1920 and beyond, which I would also expect to take the majority of the session. So unless we want to pull this into the regular council session, we are looking a little ways out before we can get this scheduled.
All right. We'll do it as soon as we can.
Can we do it in a separate study session at 5:30 in the other room?
The two items that I mentioned are scheduled for those, so we could pull those into the regular session, or go to April 1st.
April 1st. So that's about a month away.
I think April 1st is okay. We can-
It should be more than enough time to work out some details. Seek some collaboration, and,
That's right.
okay.
Okay. Would the council like to, I don't think we really took up whether or not we're going to move on to the other topics. They are pretty, I think they can be handled rather expeditiously. Would you like to move on to those two remaining topics?
Mayor Pappen, can I make a suggestion? I think item number 12 actually warrants a bit of discussion. It's the council goal setting, and there's no real harm in pushing it to March the 4th. I think we'll still be okay. So if I could recommend that we push that, but then hold item number 13 tonight, I think that's a relatively straightforward item, and our Parks and Recreation Director has stayed here till 12:15. If we could push through that one, it would be helpful.
That one makes us money. I'm willing to take that one on. And then what about closed session?
My opinion on that, and I'll look to Sean to provide input, but is that is also an item that we could push to the next meeting. I don't see that being urgent.
It's difficult, it would be difficult to take that one up at this moment in time. I don't know how the rest of you all feel, but
It should only take 90 minutes.
I think we may table that to the next time.
So we can take up 13 and that's it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Taking up item 13, and we will, is it table, is that the right terminology for the closed session?
Continue.
Continue it? Continue it to the next meeting. Director Kanzian, you're on. No, it's okay. Welcome.
Need to wake up.
Good morning, Sheila.
Good morning. I shouldn't say good evening, good morning. In the interest of time, we're asking the city council to adopt a resolution to sell surplus property at 728 First Avenue. I'm happy to go through the presentation. If you have any questions in terms of why we got the property, what we've been doing with the property. But I think at this point, after 30-some years, we've determined that it really has no value to us, either in terms of its original goal, which was to create a linear park, or even in the short term, which is we've been using it as a rental property, and given the size of the lot, it's just not very conducive to supporting large-scale affordable housing. So those are the conclusions that we've reached. I'm happy to answer any questions.
With respect to the money, we can decide that later, right?
Yes, you don't have to determine tonight where the proceeds of the sale money goes and/or the remaining money that has been left in the balance account where property rental income has come in and expenses have been taken out. So that's not something you have to decide tonight.
Could I interest the mayor in a motion?
Certainly.
No.
No? Oh.
I got a question.
Oh, we need comment too. Yeah. Sorry.
Question.
Could we retain the property and enter into a lease agreement with the POA so that they could use it for those people who have long commutes, and the POA would be the leaseholder, and officers could sleep there when they're off duty?
I'm not sure that was a strategy that we examined at this point, so I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that for you all.
Is there any reason why we could not do that?
Wouldn't it take a bit of money to make it relatively habitable?
So I think what Sandy was just reminding me, the last time that we had the housing inspection by HIP Housing, they uncovered a significant number of major repairs. There's a crack in the foundation. So it would require, I would suggest, quite a bit of money to get it back into habitable condition.
We can let the POA worry about that, right?
Well, they could do that during their off time, right? Fix it up.
So I would suggest to the council that we at least explore that as an option.
I'd be open to looking at that. I guess it depends what the cost would be, because I do know that we have officers who are trying to find places to stay.
I want to be clear, I'm not proposing it as a cost of anything. I'm saying we have this valuable asset that we could even make profitable in the short term without taking on any added liability. The POA's taking on liability. We're just leasing it to them at some kind of profit, whatever we have in the, and it's 2 bedrooms. It would fit.
We have to fix that. The stuff that has to be fixed so we don't become slum landlords.
They must be really dinky. It's only 750
Yeah, it is.
square
It is
feet.
2 bedrooms, but the whole entire house is only 750 square feet. So it's pretty small.
It doesn't have to have a hot tub.
Well, I guess my question is, how much would it cost to fix that?
Yeah, that's undetermined at this point. We haven't, because we weren't looking to keep it in the long term, we know what the issues are, but we've not priced it out in terms of what it would cost to rehab it.
Is that something that you would like to explore then, the fixing up so that it could be habitable for POA?
Sheila, is it fair to say that that number is not insignificant in terms of, I mean, just based on what you know about the property, we're not talking about $15,000.
No, it needs more than a paint job and new appliances.
It's structural at the foundation, right?
Yes.
That alone's probably $15,000.
Can I make a comment?
Sure, please, Eric.
I think our Parks and Rec Department and our parks are going to be looking for a lot of money coming up soon, especially our recreational facilities, Central Park. We're kind of lucky how we happen to have this. I think right now is the time to sell it and use these funds towards the people of San Mateo, the parks.
I'm inclined to do the same. But
Okay, I just want to clarify, I don't think anybody should feel that it's actually going to sell for $1 million because of its condition and the shape and the location of the lot. I think there's an easement for the driveway to the lot across some other property. Is that true?
I'm not aware, Sandy, I'm not aware of any easement in terms of getting across somebody else's lot to get to the driveway.
Yeah, that's what I thought I saw when I looked at the map. It doesn't seem to have access directly to a street.
It does on, right off of First Avenue. Look,
First?
it's not showing up.
Okay.
Right, the property's on First Avenue. It's not showing up. I just moved
right. Well,
Anyway, the map and
whatever.
the picture of the house
If
is
you want
right
to look into
there.
it more, that's fine. My thinking is, I would make a motion to sell it now. So,
I agree with that.
Well, I kind of like the idea that Joe came up with, simply because I know we can use the money. We have a master plan for Central Park, but I also know that one of our priorities has been, workforce housing for our employees, and we know that we have officers who are traveling great distances, and we know that we have officers who are always looking for some place where they can stay. I think it was a good idea that might be worth exploring. Maybe that POA would even say we're not even interested in that, but I don't think it could hurt to explore it.
another thing is, it could be demolished fairly cheaply, and a prefab unit could be put there fairly reasonably, and then it could provide housing for the whoever.
I'm not suggesting that we give it away. I'm suggesting that we see if there's something that's in our interest that is also profitable.
But there's a difference between ongoing profit of a couple $1,000s a month, but then all getting in one lump sum and being able to invest it in our parks.
Yes.
Yep. So where do you stand on this, Rick?
I would make a motion to sell it and use the money in other areas.
Is that a motion?
It's a motion.
I second.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. The ayes have it. There you go.
Thank you. We will be returning to the City Council at the time of sale, so you will hear this item one more time. Come back to you all.
Okay, so do we have any announcements? Yes, sir.
So with the unfortunate resignation of Adam Lorraine from the Sustainability and Infrastructure Committee, that means he's also giving up his seat on the General Plan Subcommittee. And one mistake that I think we made or didn't take into account when we were putting together the subcommittee was we did not have any representation from the schools, from the school board. And so I wanted to propose, I can't do this tonight, but I wanted to throw this out there, that I think that a good replacement for Adam would be Ken Chin, who sits on the school board, who is San Mateo's liaison to, vice versa, it's late. And also, too, we need somebody who's going to get up to speed really quickly. And I think that his background in planning makes him a perfect candidate. So I would like this council to consider appointing him to that spot. So our schools have a seat at the table going forward.
I would agree to put that on the next agenda.
Right. For Brown Act purposes, it's putting it on the agenda for.
I'm in favor of that, yeah. Add it to the agenda.
Any other reports and announcements? Okay, Burrell Middle School has its play coming up. Newsies, don't miss it, March 1 through 3. One Alexa Latini has a solo, and I'm not above announcing that. Okay, I would like to adjourn in memory of someone near and dear to one of our colleagues, and that is in memory of Kathleen Frescott. And I'd like to, if you would allow me, to say a few words about your mom, Maureen. And before I do so, I want you to know that we all express our condolences for your loss. This has been a pretty rough time for you. And I received a little bit of background about your mom. It won't be new to you, but I would like to read it into the record. So by all accounts, Kathleen Frescott was a remarkably beautiful woman, inside and out. Maureen obviously inherited her mother's grace, her beautiful smile, her contagious laugh, as well as her deep and abiding love of San Mateo. Kathleen joined the legendary Frescott clan, now in their 5th generation here, in 1951 when she married her love of 61 years, the beloved Lino Frescott, whose parents came from Italy and settled here in the 1920s. The Frescotts have distinguished themselves here in our city of San Mateo through public service, devotion to church and community, and their noteworthy achievements on the bocce ball courts of San Mateo, and particularly those at the Peninsula Italian American Social Club, which were recently named in their honor. And I just want to interrupt this to say that when I went to your mother's service, and there was lots of discussion about the parties that happened at the Frescott House after the Italian American Club, and I thought, wow, I would have loved to have been there. It just sounded like just a great time, and your house was filled with laughter. Okay, in any event, let me continue on. Maureen's mother and father were here in our chambers, bursting with pride when Maureen was sworn in as a city council member, and her mother was here to see her sworn in as the mayor of the city she so loved in 2015. Kathleen was a wonderful wife and mother, devoted to her 5 children, and fully immersed herself in parish activities at both St. Gregory's and St. Matthew parishes, serving actively as in the PTA and as both a Boy Scout and Girl Scout leader. While her great warmth and notorious humor will be sorely missed by her family and friends, her spirit will live on in her 5 children, 13 grandchildren, and 10 great-grandchildren. So we'll have a moment of silence for you, Maureen, or for your mother, rather. And is there anything you might like to add?
So thank you. That was a beautiful tribute to my mother. I want to thank all the council members for attending the services and the city staff and so many people and citizens who sent wonderful notes of sympathy. And that support means so much when you're going through the loss of a parent or any loved one. So I just want to thank everybody. We have a great city, wonderful citizens, and I truly appreciated all the outpouring of love and support from everyone. So thank you.
Okay, we'll stand in adjournment.